It's Thursday, March 20th, 2025, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. And you're joining me for session 10 of playing through the second curse threat in the 7th Citadel called Drums of Desolation. Let's check in with the chat. I think it's just me and Jonathan here tonight. Did you ever watch the 2020 Perry Mason reboot? I have not watched it. I do remember when it came out. I remember watching a little bit of the original Perry Mason. Set in 1930s. All right, I'm going to have to check that out. So I apologize for anyone who got my initial alert that we would be playing an audience choice mystery game tonight, because Jonathan said, I asked Jonathan, I'm going to schedule it unless you're up for another session of 7 Citadel. Jonathan came back a little late saying yes, he was. So to hell with everything else, we're playing 7 Citadel. We played for 5 hours on Tuesday. And here we are 2 days later to play again. It is got its hooks in me, but we're almost done with this threat. I think we've got 1 or 2 more scenarios to go. We're going to be spending a big chunk of the beginning of this session doing our upgrades. We've got a bunch of exciting upgrades to get. I think we're going to unlock another number. And then we'll see if we have 1 session or 2 left to go for the finale of this threat. The finale of our first threat was a little bit anticlimactic, and I think I've got some thoughts about these threat campaigns. I'm curious to hear what Jonathan thinks after we finish the whole thing. But that's getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. First, we have to start with our upgrades. Some quick bookkeeping. First, if you follow the channel in any other way, on this Sunday at 1 p.m. will be an update to New York Noir, the board game I've been working on, Design Diary number 9 or 10. And I really am interested in getting some feedback about a couple of design decisions we have to make and a whole bunch of updates. So I do hope you can join for that. All right, Jonathan. Let's get started with our upgrades. So we have 7 Hope Reborns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4 Glimmers. So we almost got an 8th Hope Reborn. However, I believe we are going to get our 8th because we have a couple of side quests. And one of them, Do or Die, explicitly says that the objective is to come back with 20 or more health. And we did return with 24 health. So we get to read 44, which was the continuation of a little side story. So let's just read it here. It says, Frisk gives you a discreet wave. Hey, that guy over there keeps talking about you, implying you might not be fit to lead the Citadel. It's time to show everyone what you're made of. So if you're at the Citadel, the beginning of the preparation phase, which is, I guess, what we're about to do, check the initiate and finish boxes, +1 influence, and take a 99. So that's what we're doing here. +1 influence and take a 99 and mark that this is initiated and finished. We're done. +1 influence, bringing us up to 14, and we take a 99. Oh, there are no more 99s. There are no more 99s. Is that right? There's only ever 7. 7 is the max? Somehow I thought 8 was the max. Well, I mean, I suppose we could use one of these before the quote-unquote beginning of the next preparation. But in that case, it would actually be blocked. John says, influence is still good if we're going to summon the zombie. Well, this brings us to a little bit of an issue that viewers of this 10-part series might have noticed. We're getting a little bit greedy about bending the rules. And I think we're going to bend it this time, too, to give us that Hope Reborn, just because I don't want to, well, we'll figure that out later. Let's go through the end of our last scenario and make sure that we start the next one at the right place. So we played Baal's Antidote, and we ended it with all 5 objective cards. So we read Conclusion 32, which is we give the potion to Ambrosius. He gets better, and we're looking for the origin of the Drums of Desolation, the epicenter. So we did this, we returned all objectives, we returned the return to the Citadel, we banished the Baal's ingredients. I think I put that back into the box, but that's okay, it won't make a difference. Discarded all our hand cards, and we're ready to begin with the epicenter. So let's read this scenario, which might be the last scenario, or there might be one more after it. All right, here we go, Jonathan. The epicenter. Return all cards with keyword temporary. Unblock all of their hand cards. Okay, I've already done that. We still have a purse card that's blocked, which I'm really hurting. I really want this unblocked, but we need to have some way to unblock it. We don't get to unblock it automatically. Block all companions. Okay, so we've got a whole bunch of companions. Here they all are. They're all going to get blocked. All right. Ambrosius is lying in his tent, gaunt and weak. I finally managed to locate the origin of the Drums of Desolation. but we lost precious time because I was poisoned. Go to this place as soon as possible, he says, pointing to a specific location on an old map of the Protectorate. According to my calculations, the epicenter is beyond the carbon line in the wing-borne forest, which is named for the birds that lived there long ago. I advise you go there via the Pit Deep Bridge. When you've discovered what's causing the tremors, come back and tell me. I hope there's an explanation for this phenomena, and more importantly, a solution to stop it. All right, so we're going all the way north, past the carbon line. We've been up to the carbon line. I'm not sure we've ever been past it, Jonathan. We certainly haven't been much far past it. The carbon line is that place far north. I'm going to bring out that big map in a second because we have some feathered cards to reveal. Our goal is to find the epicenter of the Drums of Desolation. According to Ambrosius, it lies north of Guyborg, across the carbon line, where the wing-borne forest once stood. I don't think we've ever been here, Jonathan. And then when you read the epilogue, if you have fewer than 9 built buildings, community morale will deteriorate. We have more than 9. Okay, banish a green 306 without revealing it. I don't know what that is. 306. Okay. Okay, so I'm banishing a green 306. All there is left is a yellow one. Take a 45. That's our starting card. Is that our starting card? No, that's our return to the Citadel card. We're still level 7. Life counters go to 65. That's a generous amount of life. Each player draws 2 cards from their action deck for starting hand. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that later because we haven't yet done our Hope Reborns, which we can do at any point. We can unblock all the companion cards by losing 2 life points. All right, we're going to talk about that in a second. Return all Hope Reborn cards that are blocked. Okay, so that's what we're going to use our Hope Reborns now. Jonathan says, I don't remember if the first threat we came out from the underground behind the carbon line or not. Well, it was very close to it, if not. All right, so that's how we start this mission, but now we're going to do our upgrades before we finish that. So let's do those upgrades, which is going to take us a bit, and I need to get the map. Okay, so before we even do any upgrades, let's bring out this feather that we explored last time. It says, during the preparation phase, if you're at the Citadel, flip this and read the dialogue whose number can be seen. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we export this card. Now, this is, the carbon line is here, and here's the carbon line. And here's Guyborg. And so we're told we need to go here, I guess, near the Vingborn Forest. I'm not sure we've ever been here before, but we've been up near here. All right, so here is the card, though, that we feathered, which seems like very good timing for us. Asked a small group of scouts to go to the east coast of the Bottomless Sea. When you get back to the Citadel, you can learn what they found. So there's the carbon line. There's the Gurgling Coach Inn with an underground room. You can see steps going down. There's the shell, the deep sea mine, the wind cross. Okay, we've been in this crevasse. And now we need to read 82, something I often forget to do. Okay, let's see what they found, because we're going up near here, so it's good to hear if there's anything important they found. Okay, what did they say? Once we crossed the Pit Deep Bridge, we went up a long windswept path that leads to a coaching inn. According to the keepers, Kell and Waterbank are slowly recovering and trying to shake off the aftermath of the War of the Worms. The coaching inn provides safe passage to both cities, but we had nothing to barter. We continued on foot to the Shell, an evocatively shaped landform from which there is a good view of the surrounding area. We met a fellow on the way who told us that he had worked at the deep sea mine, where they extract a useful ore. It has no equal for killing weeds, can also be used to make an excellent mortar. On the way back, we avoided an area infested with burrowers, but overall, we can say that we did well. And our book knowledge goes up by 1. All right, and we also have heard our magic words, which makes us unleashed because of our special skill. So I'm going to give us the unleashed card. And they mentioned the mines have this cool ore. I know we've been to the mine, we've talked to that person, but I don't remember some special ore he gave us. Maybe he did. So I'm going to put this in our map now. And importantly, so we haven't seen that in our, we didn't see either of these in our first session, first threat campaign. So now we've unlocked these 2, and we've got a feather card here. So I think when we do today's upgrades, one of the things we should do is get this feather card. It's unfortunate that we didn't get it on the previous session, Jonathan, because then we would have known, we would have had a map about exactly where we're going today. So it's one step late. But I suggest maybe if we can, we get 2 feathers and get both of these, but at least we should get this one. Now, that's the map. Now let's do our 7 upgrades, 7 or 8 upgrades. So Jonathan and I were talking in the Discord about how to use them. And let me see if I can summarize, Jonathan, what our plan was. First of all, we've got one more big skill upgrade, 314, that we'd like to get. So I suggested we work our way to that. The quickest path looks like it's this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have the astrologer's hut building. That's one of our homebrew buildings that lets us, when we check off a reflex, do something other than the reflex. Jonathan suggested we build up our production so that we can, was it production or influence? No, I can't remember, but it's whatever one lets us raise that undead creature. I think maybe it's influence. It must be influence. All right, so we're going to do these 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the first one is a reflex, which we're going to use for something else. Now, I suggested that we build the used bookstore, and Jonathan suggested that we do a community upgrade. So let's see if we can do them both. There's one building, and one more would be the used bookstore, and then we've got a couple more we can use to do feathers and community upgrade. So let's do that. Let's do that first. So for the first one, I'm going to use to build the used bookstore. Are you okay with the used bookstore, Jonathan? I think that would be fun. That lets us trade in books and try this new homemade building. So that's one building here. And then this one lets us discard cards. So this is the 2 cards from our hand that we no longer want. So let's do that. All right, I'm going to give us some choices, and then you're going to help pick from the choices. I'll do the first weeding out. Okay, eloquence is pretty useless. We never use that. Scour is also very rare, but this is a good card to have. Perseverance is great. Inspiration is great, although I never use it. This is a terrible card we never like. And it's got bad stars. This is a pretty bad card. This is a pretty bad card. This is a pretty bad card. We do use this. We do use this. We do use this. This is not such a great card. We use this. We don't often use this. Skillful. We don't often use motivated, but it's got good results. We never use onward. Boy, I could lose half these cards. Some of these cards we keep just because they're fun or they've got good results. This is terrible. This is a card we upgraded, but we don't use. Okay, so I have picked out a whole bunch of cards we could lose. I'll put them up here. All of these cards we could lose. Now let's look at which ones not only have powers I don't like, but also have bad stars. So if you wanted to prioritize them, then these 4 up top, these 5 up top, oh, this one has a star. These 4 up top don't even have stars, and this one doesn't even have a symbol. So if I was going to rank them from worst to best, I guess this one has no symbol, and then this one has flags. This wild card's better, I would say. Now +2 is pretty good. +2 cards is pretty darn good, and we did already upgrade that. These are pretty bad, even though they've got good stars on them. So I would say definitely chop your guard. I'd like to lose. And yeah, let's get rid of... This is hard to make it work because you're drawing cards, you get to use more cards. Let's get rid of these 2. Okay, Jonathan says, drop your guard and no mercy. Okay, that's it. We're going to get rid of these 2 cards. I'm going to put these in the... I'm going to put these in the banished section so we don't draw them. Okay, so there's the 2 cards. Remember, we could actually, if we wanted to, choose as one of our other upgrades to get rid of more cards, but probably we don't want to. All right. And that was our second upgrade. Now, our third upgrade is the opposite. It's get extra cards. All right, so we get to draw 8 cards from our advanced skills and pick 2. Now, one of the things that I'm going to add to the homebrew building rules, I don't remember which building we'll do it with, is that once you reject a card you've seen, you don't draw it again. You can choose to throw it away from the whole campaign, to banish it. or maybe choose a couple to banish. But for now, we've got a bunch of cards in here we've already seen and rejected. But I'm hoping with 8 we'll find 2 we like. All right, let's get ourselves 8. There's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We get 8 because we have the academy building or whatever building it is that gives us, let's draw more. Okay, so we're going to choose 2 of these 8 to keep. Let's see what we've got here. Watchful, if we do any of these actions, look, search code, we get 3 stars and then it blocks. It's got a wild card and a star. That's pretty cool. Agility doesn't let us use it with a cumbersome object or armor. Otherwise, though, it lets us generate 1 dexterity symbol. That's not that great. 1 is not that useful. Only card in your hand, that's never going to happen. Okay, that's not that good for us. Camouflage, if we do either of these actions, sneak about or hunt, we can convert dexterity to stars. These are very rare. I don't particularly like that. This is kind of useful, but because we have so few of these, it's very hard to plan for. Better 1 wild card than 2 dexterities. This one, which is called Dexterity, gives us a wild card. It doesn't have a full success, but it has 2 matching. And for music, lock picking, and building, it gives you this. These are pretty rare. I don't particularly love that. Persuasion is good at talking. I mean, I feel like we already have one of these. This is not so great, and these rarely happen. Reassurance. Reassurance gives us a flag, a star and a half. 1 character gets rid of your exhausted or confused. So you have to do a test. You turn flags into successes. So this is a good way to get rid of exhausted or confused. And it's got a star and a half and a flag. I mean, how often do we have exhausted and or confused? Very rarely. But it's a good card to draw for results. And then when we need it, we could go get it. Would certainly let us be a little more careless about being confused or exhausted. Swift evasion, that's very much like one of these, pretty useless. And this one helps us do these actions. I guess it's nice that it has these 2 random symbols, but I'd still rather have a question mark than specific symbols. So I guess for fun, I'd take Watchful. I don't love either of these. So when we don't love them, I tend to want the cards that have got good results. So I guess Watchful and Reassurance, maybe I'd lean towards. Just because they're kind of fun. They have specific uses, but we could go get them from our deck when we need them. But because none of these are super great, I like the freedom of these having good results. And wild card. I suppose you could make the case that these two are similar in their results. Is this one more likely to be useful? I don't think so. It's really hard to know when you're going to need persuasion. At least this one, you'll know, like, okay, we're exhausted and we're confused. Now on the next turn, we can go grab this card or try to find it. Whereas this one, by the time we have this test that we need it, it's too late. All right, we're going to take those. We're going to throw the rest of these away. All right, Jonathan agreed with me. So there's our two new cards. Let's sleeve them up, shuffle them in. I should be spending these Hope Reborns as we do them, huh? Okay, so back to our upgrades. We did 1, 2, and 3, so that's 3 Hope Reborns get locked. We still have 4 more. Next one is the building, which we're going to use to build the second used bookstore. Now we have a used bookstore. We'll walk through this when it's time before we finish preparation phase. A brand new building has never been seen in this universe, except for our playthrough, which will happen. We'll see it for the first time in a couple minutes. Okay, next up is Reflex, which we can do whatever we want with. And Jonathan wants us to do a community upgrade. Which community upgrade do we want to do, Jonathan? Influence? Is it because we're going to spend it to raise the undead and that brings our influence down? Okay. So we get to go 2 points on the influence because we're doing a community upgrade. But we still haven't destroyed our guild. So this is still in effect. So we can go 2 more on another thing. So should we increase our production by 2? We don't need it, but we don't know if we're going to need it. Or we could try to get our influence even higher. What do you think, Jonathan? Bring influence even higher, or bring defense, or bring production up? Feels like maybe we'd be smart to bring production up. We don't know what we need it for, and we haven't been fortifying. Jonathan wants to knock knowledge up. Past 20? Really? I guess we're almost done with this campaign, so it might not reach past 20 on its own. You really want to go knowledge over 20? That seems like an important point, says Jonathan. Really? Have we ever seen something that asks us if we have 20 knowledge? Just tell me that, Jonathan. Can you remember a single place? Jonathan says it seems like it could be a skill J. Yeah, but Jonathan, we played 100+ hours of 7th Citadel. Have we ever seen it checked for 20? You tell me. And doesn't it seem like we're going to get this 20 on our own soon? That seems like overkill. I think we're going to get this 20 on our own soon. I think we might be better off doing production just in case we have to do some fortification that we're not thinking about. Or defense. I got to override Jonathan on this one. I think we're going to get 20 on our own. I could end up regretting this, but I'm going to give it to production just because our production is so low. All right, next upgrade is another reflex, which means another item of our choice. So I was thinking we would do feathers for this. So let's do a feather, Jonathan. So let's feather this space right here, 106. That seems like a no-brainer to me. You've dispatched a small team to map the surroundings of Guyborg up to the carbon line. When you return to the Citadel, you'll be able to learn what they've discovered. All right, so we're going to put this in here, and we're going to explore 106. Now, that's that one. And now we have one more reflex. And Jonathan, what would you like to do? Here are your choices. You could do a skill upgrade to get more cards. We could feather this area we've never seen before. Or we could do a community upgrade, or we could build a building. Or we could prune our deck more. So feather, skill upgrade, prune our deck, or another building. And if you really want knowledge up to 20, I'll let you do a community upgrade. All right, Jonathan says feather card, 113. Does the Arboza Pass still allow passage across the tumultuous Gargoyle River? Has Fort Shade held up against the burrowers? Is the Smoking Plain still traversable after the many battles fought there? So many questions to which you hope your scouts can provide the answer. Yes, Jonathan, if we don't, well, we have to play by the rules, Jonathan, but I assume we're going to see these before the end of this campaign. We will flip them if for some reason that doesn't happen. All right, so we've got our two feathers. We've got our used bookstore. We have finished all of our Hope Reborns. What did I put glimmers in here? Okay, we finished all of our Hope Reborns except the one that we would have gotten for coming back to the Citadel. I guess we're playing this game on easy. We're just going to not give ourselves that last Hope Reborn, but we're going to get it soon enough, this scenario anyway, when we get another glimmer. So, I mean, we could house rule it and allow ourselves to get that Hope Reborn that we earned from that side quest and allow ourselves to check off this 314 now, or we could just wait and use it in the middle of the scenario. But probably, if our previous skill upgrades are any clue, they don't only trigger when you're at base, when you're at the Citadel. So we could upgrade right in the middle of our session and get this. I guess that's what we'll do. We'll just, as soon as we get another glimmer or a Hope Reborn, we'll do the upgrade. So we're going to let ourselves lose the benefit of do or die. Now, are there any other side quest that we need to upgrade? No. All right. So we've done everything. We still have 4 glimmers. We still have our hand. All right, but we also have a couple buildings to trigger. All right, what buildings are left? We still have the grain silo, so we didn't destroy that, so we actually go up production by 1 more. That gets us up to 6. That's the grain silo. Places of worship, we actually get our glimmer right now. 2 glimmers, but we can only have 1. So actually, we're going to be able to trade this in for a Hope Reborn right now. At any time, return. Okay, so we're returning our 5 glimmers for... Oh, we can't do it because the Hope Reborns are blocked. All right, we'll start it. We'll start when our session starts. We'll get it. All right, the pen. We're supposed to return our dog, our hunting horned. We're returning him and taking a new dog. Let's see what dog wants to come out with us today. The Warhorned is coming out. That thing is powerful. Okay, so we're going out with the dog today. Market. So if we're at the Citadel, we take a 149 and we can return. Oh, we just get a 149. All right. So I'm hoping that if the thread is the thing that can repair the net, I'd love to have something return the net. Lauren is joining us today to stop by. Nice to see Lauren. Lauren sent me an email I have to respond to. Okay, so we get a 149. Bingo. That's fantastic. But it would end up being discarded. We've got actually 2 uses for this spool of thread. So we're going to have to discuss how to use that in a second. I'd love to get the net back, but we also had a theory about this, which we'll talk about in a bit. But that's very nice to see that we've got that. All right. So if we wanted to, we could try to get a 199 by returning barter items, but we don't really have spare barter items. The library is still working. It hasn't been destroyed yet. So we get to take a 50. A book. Oops, not the gold book. Okay, let's see what book we got. We have never seen this book before. Let's see what it is. Chapter refers to the migrainers, also called alchemist's coral, which can be found in the bottomless sea, which we are going up nearby. Okay, when it's not immersed in water, it releases effluvia that can disorient and cause serious headaches. There's a chapter on how to avoid this. Unfortunately, someone must have spilled a cup of wine on the book because the rest of the text is obscured by a purplish stain that makes it impossible to read. So immediately after get one book. So I'm vindicated that in my theory that we were going to get our own upgrades to knowledge to 20, and it happened even sooner than planned. So there we go. We got ourselves to 20 knowledge, Jonathan, just as I predicted we would. All right, so when the coral can be seen, we don't have to pay extra to walk amongst it. That's pretty cool. All right, so we'll put this with our books. That was the library. We did the market. The smithy has been destroyed. We don't care about that. The tavern is still in effect. So we can take a 6 card to get another side quest. All right, so we've done the bottom 3. So now we're going to make our way to one of these others. Do you want the weed or the rare find or the banner? I think we did the banner, didn't we, Jonathan? So what is it going to be? Weed or rare find? Seems like maybe rare find is more our speed. Okay, rare find, which is number 175. Okay, let's do that. And then this returns back 175. You overhear a conversation at the next table. It's my wife's birthday soon. I have no idea what to get her. If you knew her, you would understand. She deserves the best. She's really a rare find. Okay, write down the rare find. Now, during preparation, which we're in, if you're at the Citadel and it's initiated, read 282. I guess we just gotta stumble on this. Like, this doesn't initiate on its own. But how are we gonna... We don't know what to... We don't know how to trigger it. We don't know where to go. So I guess you just gotta get lucky and run into this woman wanting some thing. We don't even know the names of these people. Okay. Just keep your eye open for something that would trigger a rare find. Now, the last building to trigger is the used bookstore, which I created recently. So let's read how it works. During the preparation phase, draw a number of books equal to the number of players plus knowledge divided by 4, rounded up. So our knowledge divided by 4 is 5. So 1 player. So we get to draw 6 books. We lay them out. We're only allowed to look at the backs of them. We're not allowed to look inside them, just the covers. And now we have to trade in existing books we trade in our existing books for these new books. In order to take one of them, set it aside, replace with a new one as it's taken. That seems a little overpowered. Maybe we'll house rule that a bit, but we get 6 new cards. Okay, so let's take a balance of double-sided and single-sided. So I'm going to take 3 50s, and then I'm going to take 3 449s. Okay. I see. These actually have stuff on the back. These don't. All right, so let's look at these 449s that seem a little more. The Tale of the Loaded Child, the Monster Manual. We've seen this one before. This one's pretty powerful. I don't remember exactly what it does, but I remember it's pretty good, I think. But we've already seen it before. And this one is The Ring of the Worthy. That seems pretty cool. I guess we want the 449s. We could have taken all 449s according to my rules, but that seems a little overpowered. I forgot that the 50s have no information on the back. All right, and then we have to trade in our old books, though. So I don't think we want to trade in the one, well, we don't want our Amber Knights book. We don't want that book that keeps getting us unleashed. We've got a book that we don't understand. Secret Report we don't need anymore, but that feels like cheating to give that back up. But we do have a whole bunch of mushroom eating books that we don't care much about. So let's get rid of some of these. So, okay, let's get close up. Let's figure out which books we want to get rid of. This one lets us eat to get rid of Confused. Shuffle one or more hand cards back into your action deck and return your Confused. That's when we see these things, we get to automatically become unconfused. That's pretty good. Morning tea. These are the mushrooms. 2 of these lets us eat more efficiently without getting poisoned. So maybe it's good to have these. But these we never use. So it's definitely, like, we only have 1 of these, so it's better to throw that away. And then these things are useless. So let's definitely get rid of that one. There's 2. And this one in any order. I don't like these things. And then this one gets rid of Exhausted. The nice thing is it's easy to do. The bad thing is you have to be on a card with these. So I could get rid of these too. Let's just get rid of, let's get rid of all of these. Let's get rid of, all right, so I said we should keep the morning teas because we know how to eat with those efficiently. All right, I've got 5 cards here that I'm willing to get rid of. 3, 4, 5. I guess if we got rid of 1 more, we could sense of humor is kind of good. No, I don't want to get rid of that one. All right, let's get rid of these 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and take 5 of these 6. And we're not going to let ourselves refresh them. And we're going to have to make this book thing a little not as super powerful. So I'm just going to put these 50s in the deck again. And we're going to take 5 of these without refreshing. All right, so I definitely want to take the ring and the Tale of the Loaded Child. There's 2. This one we've seen before, but I don't know if we want to take this again, Jonathan. And then we'll take, so what do you think? We could take all 3 of these, or we could take this one and 2 of these. Do you want to take the Monster Manual? That's the question. I guess we can take these one at a time and decide, but Let me let Jonathan decide here whether he wants the monster manual. Jonathan says, take the 350s. It seems more balanced. Okay. All right, let's start with our 50s. We just got rid of that, and now we got another one of them. Okay. And this stupid thing we just got rid of. I got another one. And there's the Vigorina, which we don't want. So it's three stupid books. Okay, I don't care about those. I bet you wish we had taken that monster manual now. All right, well, let's look at the two good books we did get. The Ring of the Worthy. Let's bring it over here. The Ring of the Worthy. Primogeniture, or birthright, which gives the eldest child priority over titles and property once the parents have died, came into being only recently. It gradually supplanted the transmission of the sigillary ring, allowing the head of the family to choose who would succeed them. It is said that the Lord of Stoneheap wanted to return to the old tradition because the oldest of his 10 children was obviously an imbecile. So he decided to put them to a test. The first one to find the ring buried in the family cemetery would succeed him. Each child was given a shovel and began digging in a different area of the cemetery. His offspring worked so hard they refused to come up to the surface to eat. Buckets of food were regularly hauled up on pulleys by the palace servants. Gradually, the buckets were brought up, their contents untouched. After a while, it became clear that all the potential heirs had perished, except for the simpleton, who was smart enough not to have embarked on this dangerous adventure in the first place. Okay, so when you have a thinking action, there must be a moral in this story. There always is. If you have a thinking action that fails, you can try your luck and take the action again. Okay. Now we have the tale of the loaded child. Once upon a time, there was a family of modest farmers. Every evening at the table sat the mother, the father, and their 7 children. Benjamin, who by a happy coincidence was the youngest of the siblings, babbled, as children of that age do. He babbled so much it became annoying. The words that came out of his young mouth were as unintelligible as they were charming. Baba goo goo titi, he babbled all the time. Father and mother, brothers and sisters would say to him, hush now, but Benjamin would turn a deaf ear and continue. One evening in the middle of the meal, something incredible happened. Benjamin, in spite of himself, babbled a few words to which no one paid any attention, not even him, and golden coins fell on the table with a characteristic jingle. We've seen this before. The child had accidentally uttered some magic incantation that could make golden coins appear. The parents soon realized that their fortune was made and asked the child to repeat the sentence. Brothers, sisters, father, and mother naively tried to reproduce what they thought they had heard, but no one could find the exact words the child had said. When you put into play a permanent event where a golden coin can be seen, take a 154 or return 3 glimmers to take a 99. Okay, and we're looking for golden coins on our own because of a side quest. I think they might only be in town. All right, so we'll try to remember to use these. I'm not sure we will remember to use them. All right, we've used the used bookstore. We're going to make a note here that it's too powerful. And we'll have to degrade its power at some point. All right, I think we're ready to start. The only thing to discuss maybe is this spool of thread. So one thing that it could be used to do is to unblock the net, which is made of fabric. The net gives you +2. It's really quite powerful. Now, what's the reason we might not want to do that, Jonathan? What's the reason we might not want to use the spool of thread to fix the net? Tell the audience. Meanwhile, I'll figure out all these people are blocked. So we're going to use the arcane apprentice. Well, we'll talk about that in a second. In case it gives us blue clothing. That's right. So at the end of yesterday's stream, we met some guy up near the north where we're going that had a bunch of blue clothing, and he wanted us to give him thread so he could build a cape for his mother. And we thought, boy, that guy's got a lot of blue fabric. I wonder if he couldn't build us a blue fabric that would let us go to where the blue giants are, because we read in the lore that the blue giants don't like people not wearing blue. So maybe what we could do, Jonathan, is go up there to him and give him the thread. I guess we're going to save it for that. I just hope we don't need that net. Okay, so now one last thing before we start. We have to decide what we're going to do about our companions. So we're going to take the people with us that are not related to the arcanist and the plans and the mechanisms. That's 8. We just like bringing these people. Even though this guy doesn't do anything for us, we're just bringing him in case someone wants him. It's a lot of health to eat up, but we're going to spend 8 to bring these people back. That brings us down to 57. So they have now woken up. But now we've got a choice to make about the arcane well and the plans and mechanisms. So I think this time there's no good reason for us to leave these guys home, right? They just give us a build action. We don't care about that. So they're going to we're going to take the apprentice engineers. That's our plans and mechanisms guild. So now we have a choice, though. We can either bring her with us, and she is powerful. For spell casting, no one's better. No one else can spell cast except for her. We could instead leave her and take a 349, which is some fancy magical bomb. Isn't it? Or is that the... Oh, no. The 349 is the arcane energy, which powers our super weapon. So I think we still have a 349. I'd be inclined to take her with us. Jonathan agrees. Okay, we're taking her with us just for fun. Everyone's coming with us. We'll have to get the arcane energy on our own. All right, 2 cards to form our hand. Improvise and resolution. Return the Hope Reborns that are blocked. Remember to look up any side quests. We can spend barrels to fortify buildings. I don't think... Well, maybe we should, Jonathan, so we have something to destroy if the earthquakes come. Let's fortify something sacrificial. We actually fortified a bunch already for sacrificial. Why don't we fortify this one? This would lose us our arcanist. I guess we don't really want to do that. Maybe we'll fortify the Maybe we should fortify our Arcanist. We fortified plenty. Let's not fortify anything. We got enough. All right, so we're not going to fortify. We're going to hold on to our production. And then 75 or a 238. Fortify the used bookstore because we could destroy that. Or should we keep our production? I feel like we got enough fortified that we don't care about. The Academy, we're never going to use this again. The Guild, we don't need this again. Let's just keep that production. Maybe it'll be useful to us. Okay. Do we want to start out at Kel's Calm? I guess we probably do, right? Because it's further east where we need to go. Right? Because right now we're over here. Let's see. Okay, right now we're here. And where do we think we want to go? We think we want to go like this, right? And Kel's column is here. So we might as well start at Kel's column, right? Jonathan says, the only reason not to start at Kel's column is if you want better odds encountering a burrower to try to finish the mental prison side quest. Because we could walk off the singing lane to try to trigger one. Huh. That's an interesting point. I mean, I suppose I don't mind either way. Depends whether you're in the mood for getting right to business or if you want to actually we can't go that quite that way, I said, right? We need to go over this bridge. So there's our guy and there's Kel's column this way. Okay, I mean, I could go either way. Jonathan says, let's take a leisurely walk from the Citadel. Jonathan, you want that burrower quest, huh? Do we just have one more burrower to fight? Okay. All right, Jonathan says, leisurely quest from the Citadel. All right. So 75 comes out. That's our starting home. Now, what have I forgotten to do? I've forgotten to write down our symbol. We're looking for the epicenter. And that's the symbol we're looking for on our cards today. Okay, and there's our starting location. We're going to take a break now, and when we come back, we'll get started. And soon, we're going to get another glimmer. Oh, we have the 5 glimmers. Actually, now we can trade these in. Okay, before we take a break, let's get our last upgrade, Jonathan. So we're going to trade in the glimmers for a Hope Reborn. And we're going to use this Hope Reborn right now. We're going to block this Hope Reborn. And we're going to do the last upgrade here, which gets us card 314, the last of the upgrades we've never seen. Pretty exciting. But we'll take a break before we look at that. Then we come back and we'll see what new amazing skill we've unlocked. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back, ready to get started on a long mission. Jonathan has us walking, not taking any shortcuts. I'm only going to put these out where we need them. We're hoping to run into a burrower because fighting the burrowers is what we need for a side quest. You spot a dark shape against the blue sky. The bird of prey has spotted you too. It shrieks and swoops down on you, talons bared. You must take one of the following actions. If we have a projectile, we can take this easier action. So we can avoid the attack and get 150, which is focused or something, or we can get some food if we shoot it, which is it easier? It's not easier. It's harder, but it's less. So we just got some projectile, didn't we? Or am I imagining that? We actually do have a projectile. We have a slingshot. We also have ammunition. Well, it's not very useful. Oh, somehow I thought we had I thought we got a sling projectile. Not sure where I thought we got that. Okay, so or we could dodge. We're not very good at dodging. And what happens if we miss this? Because this doesn't give us any stars. 2 stars. We need something else though. Okay, but this one lets us use 2 cards. So 2 cards to get 2 stars for some food. That's actually kind of worth it. All right, so I'm going to draw 3 cards, and almost certainly we'll be able to get 2 stars with these 2 stars out of 2 of these cards. That's not an almost certainty. But what's the worst thing that happens? We get a wound. Where's our armor? In case we do get wound, we can try again. It only helps you during fighting. All right, let's try it again. If we lose a wound, that's no fine. That's fine. Okay, so 3 cards. Okay, so there you have it. 3 cards. Now, do we need to use this? Yes, we do, because we have no other way to get sufficient. I should have this view on, shouldn't I? Okay, so we need to use this, improvise, to use 2 of our cards. Once we do use 2 of our cards, we get the 2 successes. Okay, it's a well-aimed shot. We get to keep one of these, but actually we get to keep, this is discarded. We actually get to keep 2 of them because of our upgrade. Ready for anything is good, and this is good for fighting. Fine. Slingshot came in handy. We don't often use the slingshot. It's nice when it has a use. Healer gets thrown away. We get a 5, which is a food. We've already got a bunch of foods. Let's see what we've got this time. Just a normal food that lets us get 5 back. We've got food. We've got all kinds of stuff. We're doing so well. Cured meat. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff going on here. All right. Well, it's done. 94 comes out. All right, we know this region very well. We're strong enough to go down in there, I think, although our defense might not be strong enough. If we get bored, we can go down in there. All right, so this comes out. Now, what is our plan for meeting burrowers, Jonathan? Are we just going to hope to get them while we're exploring? We're not going to actually... We know you can rest here if you wanted to. I guess I'm going to walk over there, draw 1 card. I'll keep it. Stay on the path. We know you can rest here, but we're not going to bother with that. We're just going to keep exploring. I suppose, though, before I walk over here, well, it's too late. I walked over. I should have explored here if we're hoping to find a burrower. So maybe I should have explored while we're here. Okay, it doesn't matter. So let's bring these out and we'll see if we can't find a burrower. We want to go this way, so we're going to have to explore this eventually, so we might as well start here. A cracking sound resonates as the ground fractures between your feet. As the rift spreads before you, you try to stay calm. All right, we're not confused. We must take this. We must get 3 successes. If we don't, we're going to get scared or confused. Okay, 3 successes. We need... It's a forced action. If we get flags, we can turn into success. Otherwise, we got to get it on our own. But we could generate a success with these 2 cards combined. So we just need 2 successes on these cards. But I really don't want to get this afraid card, so I better take 3. Take 4? That's way overkill. But whenever in my strategy guide, one of the things I said is don't get these condition cards. Don't let yourself get these condition cards. So it's worth overkill here. All right, well, we did way overkill it. Well, at least by 1. Actually, not that much. Okay, we don't get to keep these. We just get done with this card, which brings an 80 out. No, a 90. Okay, 90 has differences, symbols, but not for us. I'm not even going to bother to show you those because we've seen these cards so many times. All right, now Jonathan's plan was us to get a burrower to fight, so we're just exploring off this beaten path. So let's explore down here. With the pinkish smoke, oh, this is good for us. Let's just grab ourselves a 349. Okay, but before I grab that 349, let's do this, because this gives us some arcane while we do this. A jagged rock. Oh, that's useful. Maybe Jonathan had the right idea. Like, don't rush through this easy area. Hang out here and get stuff. Okay, so, however, it wasn't a burrower. Okay, so 86 comes out. Been a while since we've been up here. Well, let's go grab this, Jonathan, because we want that 349, which is another arcane energy, which powers our super weapon. So that's always good. Then this disappears. 61 comes out. 108 comes out, sorry. So, Jonathan, should we back up or go down here and explore more ones? There is a one over here, but if we're hoping to find burrowers, maybe we don't want to walk away from this one area. So, yeah, let's walk down here for one card. We get to keep it. And let's explore over here. We're trying to find burrowers. A person's lying on the ground. You call out, but the man does not react. All right, well, we're good at talking to people, and we're looking for our backstory, so let's trigger it. Banish this card and read 124. This is, I believe this is the first time we've tried something like this, Jonathan, exhaustively searching an area, trying to trigger stuff in the exploration cards. Okay, here we go. You turn over the still warm corpse of a young man. His long blonde hair hides an old scar that runs from his temple to his collarbone. His leg's been partially eaten and he died of blood loss. You search him before setting off again. So take a 13 card. If we get lucky, we get a good item. Otherwise, we get a bad item. Okay, so it's a 13 card. Now, we have his long blonde hair hides an old scar. I don't think we have anything about scars, no. But we do have an interesting I thought we had something that triggered on book tests, but not really. Okay, let's see what we got. We have no 13. I mean, we have no glimmers, but we do have life we can spend. Okay, Lady Luck is on our side. That's the best card for us. All right, so Lady Luck is on our side. Take a 299. What we really want is a carrot to wake up the dead or another spool of thread. Let's see what we get, though. A longbow. Well, this is actually a little interesting because we have ammunition. So normally you can't use the longbow unless you have ammunition. We do have ammunition though. So unfortunately it uses dexterity, which we don't really have. It feels like these ammunition card weapons are not that good. Maybe if you're dexterity heavy in your character build, it's pretty good for 3 stars, but for us, it's just not that good. Evasive is good, but not so good that we'd also have to drop something if we pick this up because we're overweight. But there are things we could drop. We could drop this hoe. We could drop the hatchet, which is not that powerful. It is cumbersome though, and we have a skill that blocks 1 cumbersome, but we have, do we have another cumbersome? Maybe we don't. I guess we don't have another cumbersome, so we could carry this freely. I think, assuming we don't have another cumbersome item, which I don't think we do, and we do have ammunition, I'm going to keep it. I'm going to get rid of the hatchet instead, just because. Look at this hatchet, though. The hatchet's actually better in most cases. But you can use this for 3 different things. I'm going to drop the hatchet just for fun. Although it is a projectile, you can throw it. But we have ammunition. Let's use our ammunition for once. All right, I'm going to keep the longbow just for fun. Just for fun. All right, back we are. Let's explore over here now. A glimmer on the ground attracts your attention. As you approach, you discover a sword. So if we get lucky, we get a 190, which is a sword card. And we do know how to eat these mushrooms, but we don't really care about them. These are morning teas. I guess we might as well eat while we're here, eat this morning tea. So we have 2 morning tea cards, so we get 2 221s. There are 3 of them. So we get 2 of them. And see if either of them are poisoned. So both of them we have to test our luck. So I see 1 is poisonous for sure, and 1 is poisonous. Wow, those are bad. I guess this one we can get lucky. Wow, that's terrible. All right, no more of these mushrooms for us. All right, but I am going to take the one that seems less bad. One of these is really bad. All right, no more eating mushrooms for us unless we get 3 cards. So let's just do this. We take a 13, and we're going to decide what we want to do here. So here's our 13 card. Lady Luck is on our side, so luckily we dodged a bullet there. No more mushroom eating for us until we get a 3rd book. Okay, so actually we came out of this with a glimmer. Not so bad. But that was not fun. Oh, that was eating the mushrooms. Now, I don't think we want this sword, right? Because we have enough swords and we don't think we're going to get anything better. So that's the sword given away. 81. Maybe I was punished for trying to eat a mushroom even though we weren't hungry. Okay, there's our 81 card here. And assuming we're continuing our plan to just be exploring all around here, trying to dig up a burrower, let's walk over here and draw a card. We don't care about that. Let's look over here. Is this crazy that we're spending so much time just looking for burrowers? There's no danger in sight. You catch your breath for a few moments. After so many cycles of captivity, you never tire of these long walks, especially when there are no obstacles or traps. If you're not exhausted, take a 153 card. All right, so we just got in shape. And then 185 comes out. Well, we've been walking around, Jonathan. I haven't seen any burrowers. I don't know if our plan is just to walk forever, but we're out of ones. We're off the singing path. I guess there's a one over here. I think it's time for us to go back. So I'm going to walk over here. That's pretty good, but not good enough. Then I'm going to walk over here. Although, yeah, watch was kind of fun. All right, let's keep it. And then we're going to walk over here, staying on the trail. This is our rest action. We are going to keep this. I guess I'm going to... The only reason I'm keeping this one is because it's fun. And we just got it. Okay, so I'm going to keep second wind, and now I'm going to use second wind. And we have the sleep. That's our strategy. Whenever we get this card, we use it. So we're going to get a 152 card, which is confident. And we're going to get 5 cards back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then that gets shuffled in. That gets blocked. And we can keep one of these in our hand that's been discarded. The sheep's wool goes back. These go back. Is there one of these we want? Yes, take it right back. Although, that's pretty good too. I think that actually might be better. All right, now let's see. Jonathan is telling me I shouldn't have done all that. We want to be off the trail or we won't fight the burrower. The card I'm thinking of asks if the standee is touching the singing lane or not. I see. Okay, I'm going to get myself off the singing lane. And then we're going to explore further. All right, off the singing lane. Here's our one. All right, that's not a burrower. It's a snapmouth bird. I really wish I didn't have to fight these guys, but when you gotta kill the birds, you gotta kill the birds. All right, let's see. What were we gonna do here? These guys seem pretty easy to kill. So you don't have to fight them, but we do have to go this way, right? So we have to get by them. Is that right? Where are we? We're right here. So we can't really bypass them, I don't think. There's a nice little crevasse here that we could go look into, but we still got to go east and we can't get past this bridge. Actually, yeah, we could use the barter to get past this bridge, but we don't want to give this guy barter stuff. So we're going to have to fight these birds. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, so if we can take a 5 card, I don't think there's any more 5 cards left, to be honest. No, there is. So we could get more food if we kill these birds. I have to work at it for 5 cards. I don't think 5 and 5. We'd have to draw 5 cards to get those birds. It's not worth it. 5 and 5. So I guess it doesn't matter. All right. So we're going to fight this thing. Let's use our... Let's just make quick work of this thing. We're just so skilled, it's almost silly. So we can use the dog to draw 2 less cards. So I'm inclined to use the dog and not draw any cards. Use our Unleashed since this keeps coming back. That will trigger 3 successes and kill this bird right away without drawing any cards. So that's what I'm going to do. It's a little overpowered to use this, but my thinking is that we keep getting this back, so why not? All right, so I'm going to use Unleashed, use the War Pick. That's 3 damage. This guy is what lets us draw 2 less. Okay, so, oh, and before we do that, let's wear our armor. And that blocks 2 if we generate another symbol. I'd like to block those armor to be. So what have we got that will, okay, so we have 1 spare. I'm going to draw 1 card, hope to get a symbol. If I don't, I'll use this to trigger the chainmail. Okay, so there we go. 1 card gave us the symbols to block 2 wounds. Does that say block 2 wounds or 3 wounds? 2 wounds. Okay, but that blocked both wounds and killed it. Unleashed goes away. And this goes down by 2 into a 1 without taking any wounds. And these are all fine. And that was our card, and we didn't need to use anything else. All right, now, all we want here is something to let us draw less cards. So the War Horn drops down the number of cards to draw by 2. And how many wounds is this going to give us? 1. So we'll try to block it with our chainmail. And we just want to draw less cards. Anything that would let us draw less cards. Okay, well, there it is. There's the spear. The spear lets us draw 4 less cards. So with this combination, we don't have to draw any cards. And we'll block 2 wounds if we generate 2 symbols. If the action fails, if the action fails, if the action fails. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to draw one card by choice, because if it has a symbol, I won't have to use up one of my good cards. Okay, it does have a symbol. Oh, but we needed 2 symbols to trigger this. Okay, that's fine. That was stupid to draw that card. I'm going to use Inflexible to generate 2 flags, which is going to trigger the chainmail to block those 2 wounds. But actually, I haven't generated a success. Okay. So I drew this card. So that's okay. We can still make this work. I drew this card, which is 1 symbol. I'm going to use Inflexible to generate 2 flags to power the dog to generate this wound here. And then I'll have 1 left over to combine with the fist to combine with the chainmail to block our 2 wounds. So actually that worked out well. Okay, we've killed it. We've blocked the wound and we get some food. All right, unnecessarily complex, but everything worked together to let us have that battle without taking any wounds. And these birds are dead. We ate the birds. All right. Next up is this card to reveal. Okay, let me see what Jonathan is saying here. We have to build the bridge first anyway? Why do we have to build the bridge, Jonathan? Oh, you mean, I'm saying, you're saying we definitely shouldn't go that bridge direction because not only is it expensive to go across it, but we have to spend money to build it, which we don't want to do. Okay. All right. So, yes, we're going to take the bridge that's already built. So we're going to walk over here. I'm deliberately staying not on the singing path. There's that. We're going to explore this, trying to find a burrower. I need to shuffle these cards out. All right, let's see if we can't find a burrower. It's been raining since mid-morning. The earth and ground has turned into a quagmire. It's extremely difficult to move through. Look at your timepiece. If it's between midnight and 10, you avoid the bad weather. It's not. It's between 10 and it's between 1900 and 2359. It's 1152 here. Each character on the active player train must lose 3 cards and then either become exhausted or return a glimmer of hope. Okay, so 3 cards we lose. And shall we return a glimmer? I guess we probably should, rather than get exhausted and have to get rid of exhausted. I think we have a glimmer somewhere. Glimmer of hope. All right, I'm going to return a glimmer of hope to get rid of this card. Boy, I don't know if this is worth it. All this looking for, it's like we're looking for trouble. Why are we looking for trouble, Jonathan? We have got a mission to go on. All right, well, we've run out of 1 areas to explore. Let's just continue on our path. I'm going to walk over here. 1 card. We can keep it if we want. That's a useless card. Okay, and we want to go. We could look up north and trigger It's weird because this triggers if we wanted to. If we wanted to click a building box once per turn, you can explore this when you check an additional box. Okay, no, we're not doing this. All right, I'm just going to go east. We're continuing over our thing. Okay, so there's a 3 here. I guess we're going to explore this. About 100 paces away, an individual waves to you. All right, got another person to encounter. We're going to take a card, throw it away, encounter this person. Ground Shiver is 7, so we're discarding it. Not banishing it, discarding it to read 519. Oh boy. Guy looks like he's going to cost us. Does my ground shiver stop working? Without it, I'll never reach my destination safely, exclaims the panicked pilgrim. Okay, so we can turn Arcane into a +1. We can take the build action or the spell casting action, same cost. Well, we've got 2 people that help with both of those. We've got the Arcanist, who's good at spell casting. And we've got these guys who are good at building. But actually, in our case, because she can generate Arcane, that might be better for this. Because every 2 cards we throw away, she can turn into a success. Okay, so if it works, we get a Glimmer and a book. A book? Is that right? A 50, a book. Please accept this as a token so we can fix it for him. Otherwise, what happens? We could give him a weapon. That wouldn't be the worst thing either. All right, so we're going to use our apprentice to help us do this. She lets us keep 1 and turn flags into successes. How badly do we want to succeed? Because we have weapons that we could give this guy. Wouldn't kill us. This longbow. We just got that longbow. I kind of like to hold on to it. I'm going to try to succeed at this and get a glimmer. Although, yeah, okay. Anyway, so she lets me use 1 more card. That's just 1 of these cards I could use, which is not very useful, but this lets us use 1 more. So now we can use 2 of these. It's a forced action, so I can't do this. And it's spell casting. There's not much more to do here. Although he can generate flag. I don't care about that. Don't care about that. So 2 cards, and we need to get 3 successes. She can turn 2 flags into a success, or we can throw away extra cards for a success. So I think we're going to be okay. But I'm going to draw 4 cards just to... Oh, but we don't really care about failing this. Okay, 3 cards. Here we go. All right, so we're able to use 2 cards if we use her ability and this card. And there's our 2 cards for 3 successes. So that's done. All right. So we get the reward, which is a glimmer and a book. Okay, let's see if the book was worth that effort. No, it certainly wasn't. All right, we don't need these crappy food books. We're done with this guy. It was a waste of time dealing with him. Okay, so that was that. And now a 79 comes out. Which is that card. All right, I'm going to walk over there for one card. We can keep it. I see these things are on this spot, so we could benefit from these. There's a 1. Let's see if we can get another burrower. Oh, we did it. Look at that. We actually did it, Jonathan. The petals of your ground shiver close suddenly. If you're on the singing lane, you're fine. Well, we're not. On purpose, we're not. Otherwise, a burrower appears from the ground. Not only that, but because we hear the word burrower, we get our unleashed, which is going to let us kill that burrower. We could run away, but we're not going to run away. We're going to fight this thing. So we have to take a 173, which is a harder burrower, but he's not going to be any match for us. During the fight, consider it to have the ambush trait. Okay, so we're fighting a burrower here. And if we kill this, we're going to achieve one of our side quests. All right, it has ambush. Now, normally that would hurt, that would scare us. Ambush says skip the first gear up. However, what do we have here? Our doggy. And the doggy doesn't even care about ambush. So ambush doesn't affect us because we've got the dog. So we are going to be able to gear up for this battle. All right, let's set up our battle here and fight this burrower. Okay, no wounds as long as we don't fail this. So let's do 4 damage to this guy. All right, where's our unleashed? Might as well use our unleashed right now. That's going to do 3 stars of damage. 3 fists worth of damage. So for 2 fists, we can use our war pick to do 3 damage. 3 stars. Don't need this. That's 3 stars. And then we could always use this to do a whole bunch more, but that would be very wasteful. So it would be nice to get an extra flag to do the 4th damage here. Okay, I'm going to draw 2 cards. Let's see what we got. Okay, so that's fine. We could do it in a couple different ways. So we've used our unleashed. We've done over 4 damage. So we get to keep one of these cards we've drawn, which Perseverance is a great card to keep. Although in this case, I wonder if we wouldn't rather have, oh no, that's not for fighting. All right, so I'm going to keep this card. I'm going to get rid of Skillful in its place. And we drop down to the next row. Okay, we need to do 3 damage. We're only allowed to draw 1 card, but we don't have our Unleashed anymore. So we're going to have to be a little more clever about how we do this. take a 100 card. Forget what the 100s are. Oh, the 100s are randomly make it easier or harder. What about our longbow? No, not particularly useful. All right, I think maybe we can use this powerful to power our war pick. It's a little bit of overkill. Three damage. 2 less cards. I think that's what we'll do. I'm going to block powerful to generate 3 fists, which is going to generate 3 hits. And I'm going to use the dog to not draw any cards. So this gets blocked, and we've succeeded. So we take a 100, which is just going to randomly make the next battle easier. So we roll a die. We get a 5, which is lower its value by 1. That's very convenient for us because it was only on 1. So that kills it right off the bat. We don't even have to do a next fight, which is great because otherwise we would have had to draw something. All right, so we've succeeded. We get a Hope Reborn, which is always welcome. More importantly, we've killed another burrower. And now that we've killed the 3rd burrower, this was Jonathan's plan all along. So we've killed 3 burrowers. And the thing says when you've killed 3 burrowers, you can go back to this mental prison. So let's read what it actually says here. 246. Write down mental prison on the side quest. When you win a fight against a burrower, check 1 box. When 3 boxes have been checked, then we initiate this side quest and consider going back and seeing the slave gardeners under their dome. Okay, so that's where we are now. We've initiated the mental prison. And we can go back to card 385, which we remembered is in the northeast. So actually, Jonathan, that was in a weird area. I think it was card 385, it says. Where is card 385? Is it not even on this map? Is it up, and to the right? I think it is. I think it's way up in this area. Somewhere here that we don't have on this map. Do you think so? Well, we're going north anyway, past the carbon line, so I think we're all good, unless it's down here somewhere. Oh, actually, there it is. Right there. All right, so we're actually pretty close to that, but maybe we shouldn't cross the bridge yet, because I don't know if we can get to this. We might be able to get to it this way, or we could get to it this way. What do you think? This is a crevasse, though, so we may not be able to get to it that way. All right, let's detour and try to make our way up that way. Okay, so Jonathan says we're going to detour to it. So that means we go east as far as we can, and then north when we have to. All right. That was well planned out, Jonathan. That was a scheme. You came up with a scheme for us to get a burrower and it worked. Okay, 191. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to break off this part of the map since we're not going to come back to this until maybe end of session if we have to. So we'll just start ourselves here to make it a little easier. All right, that war dog is pretty darn strong. We don't even bother with companions when we have the war dog. All right, let's walk over here. We can start carefully walking on the path again. Actually, that was a expensive walk. One more card. All right, well, we're going full east. If we had a carrot, we could raise the dead there. We don't, so we won't. Let's pour out over here. What crazy thing is this? The wind rushes through the trees, making their leaves shiver, rustling and whistling grow in intensity as if the whole forest is calling you. No matter how much you cover your ears, it takes all your willpower not to stray from the path. There's magic at work here. There's a gravestone there. Look at that gravestone. There's mushrooms. We're not going to eat those, but we do see the ambrosists. So that might be useful to us. So it's a compass action. Unfortunately, this doesn't help us with any compass actions. So we can leave this place relieved. 49. All right. So we'd like to accomplish this. The war dog is not good at compassing, but surely one of our companions is. I can't believe we don't have a companion that's good at navigating, but we don't. All right, but we've got cards in hand that could get us the successes we need. And it's not a forced action. Let's see if it's time to use this ready for anything. We've been holding this in our hand for a while. Rather use it when we've got more room in our hand. Flags to stars. Three cards. This is such a good card, ready for anything. Two flags, two successes. Two flags, two successes. I'm going to use this card, ready for anything. It blocks. I'm going to take into hand a couple of these cards. This one that gets us two flags. Better to take. What card's better? All right, so I've taken cards from our discard so that we're in a little bit better shape here. I want to hold on to the double card to run back to the bridge if we come across it. I could grab out the run on the double card from here if we did pass it. I mean, I can go get it. That card we just spent allows me to get a card from the action deck as well. Oh, I just blocked it. Let's see. Do you really want that card? Are we really going to have to run back to the bridge? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't think it's needed. I don't think we need it yet. We don't need it yet. Because we're not walking through dangerous territories. Okay, unless actually we have something that generates the arcane symbols, that might even be more useful. No, we don't. Okay, let's not. We don't need to overthink this. So these aren't useful to us. We can use 2 cards to get 3 success, and here we can get an extra success, an extra success. So I'm just going to draw 2 cards. Okay, so actually with those 2 cards, we got the 3 successes. All right, so that's fine. We succeeded here. We get a 49 glimmer, which is always good. And we get rid of this card. Okay, 269 has mission-specific cards, but none that affect us. Let's walk over here. We have to draw 3 cards for that. And there's 2. Now we need more health. It's 7 health. Now we're down to 50. Is that a +3? Wow, it's treacherous here. I wonder if we shouldn't have gone the other way. It's so expensive to walk here. Have I just walked onto this space? I guess I've just walked onto that space, so it's a +2. All right, there's our 3 cards that we just spent to walk onto that space. We can keep. All right, there's our on the double. Maybe you're right, because it's so expensive, I should keep this. All right, I am going to keep this card, Jonathan. But I wonder if we need this for the mental prison. All right, I'm going to swap this out with on the double. And I'd really like to hold on to this one too. I'm going to do this one. Okay, that's 2 cards we can keep because of our upgrade. Hey, weren't we gonna do our final upgrade? Jonathan and I both realized that at the same exact time. All right. Yes, you're right. We were supposed to do that. I've completely forgotten. All right, I'm just going to put these out here. All right, we were supposed to do our final upgrade. Now we're going to do it. All right, so I'm going to throw away our Hope Reborn. Block it. To do our final upgraded number here, which I've already checked off. 314. I should have thrown that out. Okay, the final skill upgrade. Here we go. Let's see what it is. It's called Resourceful. Immediately after this is revealed, gain up to 2 random reflex skill cards. If available, shuffle them into your action deck. For each reflex skill card you choose to discard from your hand, you get a question mark. Okay. So I don't like the reflex skills, but I'm going to go ahead and take 2 random ones. Okay, gain up to 2, so we don't have to draw any, but we might as well, right? Okay, so there's 2 random reflex skill cards. And we're going to shuffle them in. Let's see what they are. So one lets you draw an additional card and reveal it, and one lets you discard to take into account the icons in their result area. Okay. So we've got 2 cards that are going to be good for generating symbols. And this skill lets us generate from our hand, if we hold these, symbols. Well, that's pretty good. But they clog up your hand. All right, I'm going to keep this out where we'll remember it. And 2 more good results cards. I guess that's not the worst thing in the world. Okay, well, let's add to our notes what this is. Resourceful. Reflex to symbol. If you had a strong reflex deck, that would be pretty good. But I guess you have to clog up your hand to use this, but it's not not terrible. All right, back to our game. So we said we're going to go far east, and then we're going to go north. So we keep going east. I guess we have a choice. Let's take a look at this. We can go north now, or we could go east and talk to that guy and then north. Look at over here, there's some arcane magic. We should have used our special weapon and refreshed it there. Any reason for us to go north and then east? This guy is the guy that wants us. This guy is the guy that wants the chastity belt, right? So let's go north and bypass him and check out what that new stuff is. Yeah, we don't have the belt for him, so let's not deal with him. All right, so let's go here. Your ground shiver suddenly comes to life just before the ground begins to vibrate. If an involved character is confused, they panic. All right, we're not confused. So it's a burrower. We really don't want to have to fight another burrower. So let's try to get out of here. We just need a sneak action. Surely one of our people is good at sneaking. Really? None of them? How is it we don't have anyone that's good at sneaking? Kind of ridiculous. People are just not very skilled. They're all skilled at the same things. All right, do we have any weapons that are good at sneaking? Yeah, we do. Our net, maybe. Wow, we really need to get some sneaking stuff, Jonathan. Because we've got nothing to help us sneak. Okay, but we could draw as many cards as we want. Fine. All right, so we can generate 2 successes here if we need it. So let's draw 3 cards and generate whatever we need if we don't need it, if we don't make it. All right, so look at all these symbols. All right, we've generated 2 successes. I wonder if we could have The dog's not good at sneaking, is he? No. All right, well, 2 successes and then 3 successes. Look at all the symbols. Do we really have nothing better to do with do we really have nothing that could have used symbols? I just want to see. It's too late, but I want to see. Did we really have no card that just uses symbols to do stuff? No. All right. I guess we got nothing better to do here. Can you use resolution? I can use resolution, but resolution blocks. So I'm not sure. Better to use determination and get it back. Or maybe you're right. I mean, maybe it's sort of overkill, but actually, is it good to block it and get this out of our hand because it doesn't have many successes? All right, I'm going to use resolution just for fun. It's going to block, doesn't really make a difference. That's our 3 successes. We snuck away as quietly as possible. Up we go to 340. All right, we haven't been here in a while. I guess I'm going to put this card away since we don't need it yet. I'm going to move up here. That's very expensive to move up here. 4 cards. We don't have anything to help us make that cheaper. 4 cards we can keep. Well, this would make it cheaper in the future. I'm going to keep this card. What the hell? All right. Is there anything we want to do here, Jonathan? Like this puddle? I don't remember what this puddle does. Should we check it out? I think this is just arcane energy, but I really don't remember. So should we do these things because we can't remember what they do? I guess so. I'm going to do this 291 because I don't remember what it does. Jonathan, if you could remember what it does, I'll avoid doing it. I'm going to do this action right now here. All right, so if we want, we can dip a toe in the water to make sure the water's not too hot. It's a little spring. So if we want to, we can just discard it. Otherwise, we can take a rest action. Is something bad going to happen to us? We have the sleep. So if we do this, it would get us a 152, but we probably already have the 152. So we're not going to benefit from the sleep. I don't remember what a 92 is, so I guess we're going to do this. Hopefully people won't steal our clothing. Jonathan, is this safe to do? There's actually two 92 cards. I guess we're doing this. Okay, here we go. Jonathan didn't say not to do it. All right, let's see what we got. You sit in the relaxing water. After a while, your head starts to spin, probably because of the fumes coming from the pool. We lost all of our cards in hand. Wow, that sucks. And we've just got a 2 card. Well, now we know. Don't put your feet into the fumed waters. All right, well, it's a lesson we learned. And now we got a 2 card, which is your thoughts are incoherent. You struggle to remain focused. You keep telling yourself, get it together, which is easier said than done. We're confused. All right, so discard all your hands. Immediately after performing a recovery, discard all of your hand cards. We could think our way out of it, though. Let me see what we have here. We have confident and resourceful. No, that's not right. Okay. We don't trigger anything there. I guess we're going to think our way through this. We do have, I think we have some stuff. So we have juggling balls to get rid of confusion. Return your confused card and take a 150. I guess we're going to juggle to get rid of this confusion rather than do this action. This one's a little easier because it's not locked. All right, so I'm going to draw 3 cards, hoping to get 2 successes. And if we fail, we just lose these cards. Why don't we take a companion who's good at juggling? No, no one's good at juggling. So in a sense, actually, but what is a 150? 150 we don't have, that's focus. So it is worth it to use juggling balls, if only to get that 150. Okay, 3 cards, here we go. Okay, with the 3 cards, we've got our 2 successes. So we got rid of being confused using our juggling balls that we've been carrying around with us this whole time. These cards go away, and the juggling balls got us a focused card, which we can use to bring a card into hand, which probably we should do because we've got nothing in our hand. So why don't we use this right now to go get a card that might be useful to us, like determination. All right, we're focused. That was pretty rough just by sticking our feet into that thing. Now, we could stick our feet back into it because there's another 291 card, but surely we're not that crazy. All right, let's go check out this thing and see. It's probably just more arcane energy, but let's make sure. Whoa. Okay, it's not arcane energy. It's some sort of circus tent. All right, here's the card. You lift the flap to go inside, find yourself outside where you just were a moment ago. Strange. You may not take the following action unless you have a mirror card, which we do. It's a magic tent, Jonathan. I don't remember this. But we happen to have a mirror card. So surely we should do this. Look how weird it is. All right. I think we're going to do this, right? Korzakant says, this sounds sketchy. Well, yes, it does. We do still have the cursed mirror. Yes, we do. We don't have to use it, though, to trigger this. Although, look, it wants us to. Where's our spellcasting woman? Okay, here she is. So it's a spell. We can only use 2 cards. We don't have to do this right away. 2 cards, we have to get 4 successes. Now she lets us use 1 more, so we use 3 cards to get 4 successes, and she can turn flags into a success, and we have a bonus one right here. So we're going to be able to achieve this. I wonder, though, if now is not the time to use one of our... We have a potion that generates... No, we don't have a potion that generates those symbols. I was just thinking if it could save us from drawing cards. Okay, so we need 4 successes, 3 successes, plus flags can generate stuff with 3 cards. So I'm going to draw 4 cards. I'd rather not mess this up. This should be plenty. Maybe we won't even need to use determination. Here we go. So normally we can use 2 cards. She lets us use 3. So 1, 2, 3. But we have enough flags to let her help us. 4. So that's our successes. We didn't have to use determination. We did trigger this. Now we get a 331 card. I don't know what we're doing with that. We're using the mirror to see what happens. What do you think a 331 card is? Aha, you've understood what kind of spell protects the tent. You raise the curtain once again, and this time for our break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. I think that I used this to get this one card back in my hand. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, I shouldn't have this 150 anymore. I'm going to give it back. We found this magic tent. We've looked under it, and we've used our magic mirror to see what kind of magic is really going on. And here it is. Aha, you've understood what kind of spell protects the tent. You raise the curtain once again, and this time you find yourself outside once more, as if you had just stepped out. You're definitely having trouble working out this type of magic. What the heck? What the heck? That's so weird. It must be that this is some location that has to do with some sort of side story or something. So strange. That's so strange. I don't see any hidden numbers or anything. Wow, that's strange. And there aren't multiple. Well, let's see. Is there another 331 card? No. So we can't trigger it again. There's no more 331s. We can't trigger it again. How strange. All right. Well, no one said that this world is No one said that this world is supposed to make sense. Nothing on the zipper. Nope. Now, being here next to it does give us an ability, does give us a arcane symbol. In fact, I didn't even notice that that was doing it. Doesn't help us. All right, well, I don't know what to tell you. Let's continue on our mission. I guess this is here. We didn't explore this yet. There's no numbers on this card, is there, that we're missing? Like no numbers up top, at the top of that little thing? Strange. Okay. Well, let's go over here. You come across a shepherd looking for his sheep. My animals have been frightened by something. If you help me find them, I'll donate 2 of them to the Citadel. So we could get a 99 card. I guess that's kind of worth it for us. However, our hand is so bad. I don't know if it's worth... Is anyone good at this? Yes, the dog's good at this. Believe it or not. The dog can do the search action, turn flags into successes, but 4 cards, and then 2 cards to get 4. I don't know if this is worth it. Normally, we do whatever we have to do to get these 99s. I'm just not so sure, Jonathan, that the upgrades are worth it to us so much anymore. Let's just go on our way. We don't need this. We're going on our way. We're finally getting to our mission. Actually, we're not actually getting to our mission yet. We're still on a little side quest. We haven't even started heading towards our mission. It's a little scary. All right, we're going to walk over here on the singing lane for 1 card. I'm actually going to draw 2 cards and keep them both. Now, this was part of our plan because we're trying to get... Yes, we're going to try to finish this side quest. So, do we want to visit these people, Jonathan? Do you remember what they're all about? There's a little fortress here too. I don't remember what this is about, but maybe we've got enough on our plate. Let's try this. The area is divided by old irrigation canals filled with icy water. All right, so we have to get past the icy water, which is going to get a 150, which is something we want. Focused. All right, so let's try to achieve this. Otherwise, we'll be exhausted and lose all of our temporary blessings. All right, we don't want to lose this. But how are we going to achieve this? 5 with 2. Might be a little tricky for us. Let's see what we got here. It's a balancing action. All right, our long stick is good for this. And do we have anyone else who can help us? We've got such worthless people. These people, we've got so many people in our group, but so many of them are worthless. Slingshot, acrobat. All right. I think we should be able to pull this off, though. So this lets us draw one more card, so we can use... I know we sort of left it, but could it be a trick where we draw the mirror number it's stated? So instead of draw 371, we draw 173. So you're saying we drew 331. All right, let's take a look at this. We drew 331. We raised the curtain. Find yourself outside. You're definitely having trouble working out this type of magic. Okay, so you're saying you think this card, there's no 371. You mean you think maybe we should have taken not the 331, but the 133? Well, it's easy to see, because if you look at a card and it is a card, then there's a thumbs up. Holy cow. Jonathan figured it out. So we know Jonathan is right, because this is the 372 card. This told us we solved this test. Take a 331. If instead we take a 133, you can see it is confirming it. Aha, you have understood what kind of spell. So Jonathan, as we were walking away, all right, so I guess we have to come back and do it. So I'm going to walk back and take a card. And now we're going to do this test again. Not using the long stick. 2 to get 4. Only need 3. And we're using her spell. And she can have us discard to get it. Okay, so here's our 4 cards. I'm doing this test. We were in the middle. Were we in the middle of the other test? Ugh. Yeah, but it wasn't a forced test. So I'm just going to leave this out here. It wasn't a forced test. We'll come back to it. All right, here we go. We're walked back. We're doing this thing. All right. So we've got all of our reflexes, though. So we can use 3 cards, 1, 2, 3. With these 3 cards, we've got more successes than we need. You may discard from your cards in your hand to account the class icons. Immediately after this reel, you may draw another card. Well, we drew all these cards. We really didn't need them, unfortunately, and we can't keep any of them. So it's kind of a waste. But we've done the magic again now that Jonathan has figured out what to do. That was overkill. All right, it's okay. Aha, you've understood what kind of spell protects the tent. You raise the curtain once again, and this time, so now, is this going to be the outside in, or are we going to be in something different? That's the question. How crazy would it be if this is outside in? Whoa. This time you managed to enter the tent. Congratulations, you've passed the first test. A man with a mischievous grin tells you, I owe you an explanation. During the War of the Worms, the mages of Gattle Rock found a way to levitate the city-state, keeping it safe from the burrowers. Ever since the reversal, I've been trying to recruit arcanists to join the arcanum of our floating city. And since you are able to break my spell, you will one day be invited to it, if you pass the second test, which is to keep it secret. Until then, take this with you, and my magic can heal you if you are in need. He takes your hands for a moment and then disappears in a swirl of colored dust. If you have the keyword mage, which we are dying to find, but we don't have, we would be able to read something special. Otherwise, our book knowledge goes up by 2, or regardless, our book knowledge goes up by 2. We get a 150, which is focused, and we get a 99, a hope reborn, and we get a 388, which sounds new. Some sort of healing potion. Whoa. You've collected a mage's tunic on which you can see the eye, the coat of arms of Gattle Rock. Look at that. So it's defensive. Torso clothing. All right, that's pretty useful. We don't need our chainmail anymore. It doesn't weigh anything either. That's pretty cool. All right, and now we gain 3 life points. Each unconscious character. No, we don't gain any life because we're not unconscious. And this gets banished. Well, unfortunately, we don't have a mage, so we don't get some bonus story. All right, that was pretty cool, Jonathan. All right, now we're going back, but we need to get our health back first. Eight health. We're down to 42. Wow, good thinking, Jonathan. Your apprentice thing isn't a maid. We really thought she was. That's one of the reasons we hired her, but she's definitely not a mage. We think it's possible that this guy is a mage if we can make him recover his memories. And the mage's tunic isn't a mage card. So you can use arcane magic to block 4. That's pretty cool. Okay. Pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. All right, we're going back on our quest, though. So spend 1 to get over there. We can keep that. Now we're back. Okay, so now we're going to do this action. We're going to use the dog. No, not the dog, the long stick, which generates a success. It gives you a 150, which we already have. So we might as well use this. Choose one card in your discard or action deck to add to your hand. So we're going to go ahead and use this to grab a card. Two flags. Not useful for that. These are not that useful. Let's just see if we can't get a general success. Plus one card there, that would be useful. Or a success and a block. I think we might as well take that. Although this is even more, it might be even more useful. Let's just take that. Okay. So I use the focus because we're going to gain it back. I'm throwing away healer and taking perseverance. Okay, so here we are. 2 cards for 5 successes. There's 3 cards for 4 successes. That will get us down to 3 successes, 2 successes. And we can use 3 cards. So I'm going to take 4 cards. Maybe I won't have to use these. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, overkill. I shouldn't have taken so many, but okay, but at least we get to keep these. We've got our 5 successes and more. So we got over it. We take a 150 and we discard this. I still can't believe Jonathan figured out that magic. Pretty cool. Okay, next up is this card. And we are almost at our mental prison side quest. All right, left with the card. We can keep it if we want. I suppose I'm not going to keep it, but I am going to go ahead and use this to get us some extra life. So where's our spellcaster? We're done with this. Let's just use this to get a little bit of extra life. So she's spell casting. She lets us take 2 cards to get 3 successes. We're going to get 3 life points back and then get rid of this card. So I'm going to draw 3 cards. I'm looking for 2 of these to make 3 successes. So there we are, 2 cards. We could draw an additional card if we wanted to. We don't need to. 2 cards, 3 successes. So I drew 3 cards and we get 3 life points back, which brings us up to 45, which is worth 9 cards for us. And then this gets blocked. Okay. Next, where are we going from this? We want to go up and then to the right. And I don't know what's here, but presumably we have seen it before. I'd be tempted to look in here, Jonathan, if we hadn't. But I believe we have seen this. But have we not put it on our map? Is it worth exploring this just to get it on our map? Maybe it is. If we care less about upgrades, should we use the Hope Reborn we have now to get health? Sure. I mean, I think we have plenty of health, but maybe if this is going to be a super long session, why not? All right, we're going to eat our Hope Reborn for 10 life. Now we're up to 55. Now we're almost at full health. All right, I like it. That was a good idea. All right, let's look this way just so we can build out our map a little bit more. Two men are carrying a long pole with a large bundle hanging from it. We've met these people before. I forget what they're doing, but let's go ahead and do this. Okay, banish it and read 400. We're on an adventure today, for sure. Let's see what these guys are up to. The men set their load on the ground and huff. That looks heavy. Oh, you could say that again. It's the booty from the ruins of Sensenhaum's Citadel after several days rummaging. We're hoping to sell it in Waterbank for a good price. And where is the Citadel? That knowledge. That knowledge is not for sale, let alone given freely, but if you have something to trade, you won't go away empty-handed. We have a small chest that's cluttering us up and has almost cost Garrett here his hand when he tried to open it. The other man nods, pointing to his bandaged wrist. Cursed black magic. So we can give 3 barter cards or a Shard of Curelin card in order to take a 350, which is a bomb, or a 46 potion of vigor, or a 433, a sealed chest. Do we have this book about the Shard of Curelin? I don't think we do. I don't know why they want that book so badly. So, since we don't have the book, we'd have to give them 3 barter cards. Do we even have 3 barter cards to give? If we wanted to, we could give them a sack of grain. I'm not giving up my flute. The only thing we would want here is, I mean, a bomb could be fun, but a sealed chest might be fun. We have some potions, which are barter items. So sack of grain, and we could give them... They don't want provisions, huh? Barter. We could give them a sack of grain, and we could give them some cured meat. That's worth 4 life points. That's a lot of life points. But we could give them some grain, some potions. Do we want this? How important is it for us to get a bomb or a... I don't think a bomb is that important. It's not worth us giving up 4 health. But do we want a sealed chest for some reason? We've been carrying around these potions for a long time that we don't really need. It seems like we probably should have used these a long time ago. But I wouldn't mind giving them up. They're pretty powerful, but for the fun of getting a sealed chest. But do we want that chest? It's a chest with black magic. That's the part that concerns me, though. Three cards with barter. Two potions. That's a lot to give up. Cured meat. That's just so valuable. These guys are... I feel like these guys are really trying to rip us off. The juggling balls came in pretty handy. But... three cards. They're really asking for a fortune. I don't want to give up our sheep's wool, but the sack of grain is just for sleep. I don't think we need that. And it's a lot. And then it's weight. It could be heavy, huh? It's true. It could be heavy. What if we can't even carry it? What are the odds we come across two vampiric creatures? 4 life points. That meat helps your health a lot. I wish they wanted some books without mushrooms. I give him the sack of grain. I'm not giving him the spool. I guess we could give him these potions. The potion's not the worst thing in the world to lose. We can get flags on our own. All right. I hate to give useful stuff, but this will even drop us a bit of weight too. All right, I'm doing it. I'm getting this chest. Okay. 149s and 249s. All right, I'm doing it just for the adventure. Just for the adventure. So I've given them 3 good barterable items. And now we're getting a 433, a sealed chest. Did I want to give up the juggling balls? I don't want to give up any of it, but I just didn't know anything better to give them. Let's just try not to get confused again. 433. I already regret this. I already regret this. So there's only one 433 card. The chest is quite heavy despite its small size. As you handle it, one of the blackish filaments that surround it tries to wrap itself around your fingers. Best not to think about what would happen if the filament succeeded. Whoa. Be far too dangerous to open this chest using the traditional method. So you have to do a spell. Wow. All right. Well, as Jeremy said, it's heavy. Let's see if we can carry it or if we have to drop stuff. I think we may have to drop stuff. So we've got our net, which is blocked. I think we may have to drop this net because we're carrying it with weight, even though we can't use it. So let's see as far as weight goes. 1, 2, 3. Let me calculate my weight again here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 plus our net makes 13, and this would put us over by 1. So we're going to have to drop something. Now that we have the tunic is not so easy to use. The chainmail is a lot easier to trigger. I feel like we got to keep this chainmail. Oh, it's not got no weight, so that doesn't help us. The hoe. I feel like we rarely ever use this hoe because you never need stars to dig, and when we fight, there's always a better weapon to use. So I'm going to drop this hoe. It's either the hoe or the net, but I'd like to keep that net. So I'm going to drop the hoe. Just so we could pick up. Actually, hold on. We don't have to drop it yet. We can be overweight until we move. Yes, you're quite right. Sorry, it just occurred to me what the channel was talking. Okay, so we bought this sealed chest, which could backfire on us terribly. We're overweight. As long as we don't move, we're okay. All right, now we have to run a spell to open it, but we can succeed at this. Is there anything, numbers in these wisps of stuff that we should be paying attention to? Have we seen this before? I don't think we have. It's a little scary for us, but okay. That's why we're carrying around this apprentice arcanist with us, because she's supposed to help us here. All right, let's see. We need 4 successes with +2 cards. 2, 3 cards for 4 successes, and here's one. So if we draw 4 cards, we will surely have enough to succeed. We traded away our barter items that we could use to do great stuff with her. We're also confident. I'm just going to draw 3 cards. And I'm going to use confident just because we'll get this back. Okay, here's our 3 cards. Pretty bad cards. Yeah, that's pretty bad cards. Okay, well, there's 1 success. 2 success. 3, 4 success. 1 success. 2 success. Oh, we're gonna have to use everything. We already used this one. She's letting us use 2 cards, which we don't need, actually. That's okay. She can turn flags into success, but that doesn't help us because we didn't generate enough. One success, 2 success, 3 success, 4 success. Wow, we had to use a lot of our hand to succeed at this. Oh, but what if we just let ourselves fail it? That's an interesting thing. I drew 3 cards. Well, this was already spent. Let's just do it. That gets blocked, unfortunately. This gets discarded. We've got our 4 successes. Okay, here we go. The filaments wilt before falling to the ground, releasing the chest. All right. This costs us a lot. We get a 350. Is one of these going to be bad? I really worry, Jonathan, that one of these is going to curse us. A 414. And a 418. Okay, 350, 414, and 418. And this gets banished. Okay, let's see what we got. For our 350, we got a bomb that we could throw at someone. You're carrying a volatile weapon as powerful as it is dangerous. Okay. If you get injured, you lose 20 life points on a 1 out of 6 chance. We have a magical thing that will revive us if we die. So actually, this is not as dangerous as it initially seems. That's pretty scary, though. Okay. Now we've got a 414. A dead stone. A strange stone tablet that appears to be imbued with necro-druidic energy. Okay, necro-druidic, that triggers our unleashed. Is this, do you think, got some secret number on it that we can use? Wow, that's weird. Do you think this, has this got a number we can use? Jonathan, can you do your trick again and figure out how we use this? A dead stone. All right, and here's our last thing. You put on an ornament of braided twigs from which emanates a powerful necrotic aura. It has a tapered stem that necro-druids stick in the back of their skulls when they want to absorb its power. Oh, dear God. What? All right, well, it's eroded. It's a very scary looking thing. It's fragile. When you perform a recovery, you may do the following thing. You take all 451s, you shuffle them face down in front of you. When you perform an action during the draw step, you must draw from among this stack as a priority. When you draw the last 451, you skip straight to the consequence step. Consider the action has failed and discard this. What craziness is this? You can never lose this. You can't voluntarily drop it. But you don't have to apply this effect. You can get the 451s, lay them out. How weird. So you're guaranteed to fail at some point. What a weird thing. Yeah, let's read the errata for this if we can find it. Wow, weird. All right, let's see if we can find the errata for this. All right, here's the card. What does it say? What's the difference? Let's see. If no 451 card is in play, you may take all 451 cards. If no 451 card is in play, you may take all 451s. That's the only change. So they've just taken care of the case where the 451s are already out. All right, that's not important. Almost all of the errata are not important. So you do a recovery, and if you want to, you put all the 451s. Then every time you do an action, you have to draw from this stack. And what does this stuff do? We don't know what it does. It definitely screws you over when you get to the end of it. You auto fail whatever action you were doing. But you could try to time that so it was like a walk action. But what are those 451s going to do you think? Wow, that's weird. I do not know that was worth all that effort, but it was kind of cool. All right, if you'll remember, we still haven't even we haven't gotten to our mission yet. So that was here, we met those people. We haven't even gotten to our mission yet. All right, 391. Territory to the south is overgrown with thick brambles. Someone recently burned down this impenetrable vegetation in order to make a passable path. This does not look familiar to me. I don't think we've ever been here, Jonathan. It looks like a mage might live here. I don't think we've ever been here, Jonathan. It was free for us, right? This VI area. All right, well, we're walking over there. One card. I'm going to draw 2 cards so we can get our hand back up. All right, she's going away. Stay on the path. This is over here. This is a VI. And this is a V. If for any reason we want it to go down. So we have not, according to my map, we haven't mapped this area out. We're pretty sure we've been up here, though. This is our side quest location. This is our side quest mental prison. But we have never been on this card before. So we're definitely going to look in here. I guess let's look in here first, but this looks ridiculously dangerous. Let's do this, 91. Now, before we do this, oh, when we do a recovery was when we have a chance. Okay, here's there's multiple 91s. You notice a vein of purplish rock on the stony ground. Whoa, what's this? You may not take the following action unless you have an amulet workshop or your bookstore is 7 or more. Okay, so we don't have an amulet workshop, but we do have a book score of 7. So we have to dig to get out a shard. If it's not available, the shard turns out to be uninteresting. Where's the jagged rock? We did find a jagged rock, but I guess we don't have a shard. I just threw away the thing that lets us dig. I threw away the hatchet or something that lets us dig efficiently with successes. But we have other items for that. We have a hoe that's good for digging. And we have a war pick that's good for digging. And what we'd really like to do is draw less than 4 cards, though. But we don't have anything that lets us less than 4 less cards. So we're going to have to draw 4 cards, and we don't really need anything. All right, 4 cards. We don't need to use anything. Any weapons? Is there any reason? No, we're not going to use any weapons. We only need 2 successes. All right. So there's our 1, 2, 3, 6, 4 successes. Not that we need them, we only need 2. But we do get to keep one of these cards, which means we get to keep 2 of these cards. That's a +1. And I guess we could use consider to take an additional 1. Third one, let's do that. All right, so we've succeeded. We take an 87 card, which is a shard. There is an 87 card. Let's see what it is. A shard of Kirillin. Semi-precious stone is prized by amulet makers. Why is it jumping around? Amulet makers who attribute many virtues to it. During the preparation phase, if you're at the Citadel, you have the amulet workshop, you can take a Hope Reborn. And those people wanted it. Unfortunately, I would have loved to give them this instead of all the barter items I gave them, but it's too late. All right, that's not very useful for us. Wait a second. Look. 560. Now we were supposed to do that before we discarded this, but I'm gonna allow us to do that because we spotted it before it got discarded. Let's just see what 560 says. Next to a rock with a purplish vein, something's hidden under a pile of vegetation. You tear out the foliage and uncover a monolith on which several symbols have been engraved. Whoa, look at that. All right, so it's the same thing, the same action for digging. So we'll keep that. And we'll discard this. Okay. Immediately after it's revealed, take a 150. And if you know what these symbols represent, take a 99. All right, so we don't need the 150. We already have it, so we don't get anything. And do we know what those symbols mean? Even if we did, all we would get is a 99, which we don't care so much about. I don't think we know what those symbols mean. I don't think we've seen something that translates them. Okay, anyway, this is discarded. All right, so didn't really have any effect. It was kind of cool, though. Okay, so now what does the group want to do? Do you want to go north for our side mission, or do you want to see what these burned out paths are. Probably the book explains the symbols. Jonathan had a point. They burned a path here. I think we got to do this. We like building maps, so I think the traders mentioned a book. Did they? All right, I'm looking down in here because I know it's dangerous, but we need to map. A person's lying on the ground. Will you call out or go on your way? I wonder why the green is giving it, why it's acting up. All right, so we're going to call out. Ground shiver is 5 or higher, so we discard this. We have to spend a card to do this action. And we're going to read 171. I guess we're calling out to this person. Hopefully they're not going to try to kill us. Hey, is everything all right? The man shows you his bruised ankle. I had a bad fall. I'm afraid it's broken. We can leave this man to his fate to get a bad reputation, or we can try to heal him. You help the man up. His ankle causes him to limp, but at least he'll be able to move. All right, well, we want to help him because we have a side quest that rewards us for helping people. And we've got some card that helps us help people. Forget what it is. Big treatments, little curses. Okay, so every time we help someone, we check this off. We check a mark. All right, so we want to help this guy. We must do it now. We can't prepare and wait till we get the perfect cards for it. But we do have someone who's good at healing people. Inail. Inail is good at healing people. Do we have any items that help us heal people? I don't know why we don't. But we don't. Kind of surprising. But she does like flags. Unfortunately, we gave away our flag potions. All right, so we're going to try to do this. We can use as many cards as we want, though. So her +1 doesn't help. Only the flags help. But this can generate 2 flags. That gets us 2 successes. And we need 4. All right, I'm going to draw, let's see, 3 cards. This will get us 2 successes, so we only need 2 successes here to generate 1 flag if we had to. What if we fail this? We don't want to fail this. I'm going to recover just so I can draw 4 cards. Is that overkill? How about we not do that? Hold on. Let's instead use one of our things to generate another star. Or a +1, a star. Okay, I'm using up confident and I'm only drawing 3 cards. Let's see what we got. All right, so we didn't need confidence. In fact, we didn't need all of these, but okay, confident is gone. That's our 152. There's our 3 cards. Done. We did succeed. You helped the man up. His ankles cause him to limp, but at least he'll be able to move. Take a 44 and a 49. All right, so we got a 49, which is a glimmer. We got a 44. Is this going to be another companion? You met this man during your journey in the collapsing lands. A traveler. Another companion. He's just a generic all-around jack of all trades. He turns 2 flags to a success no matter what. No matter what action you take. That's pretty huge. Or a flag to spend less than 3. Max 1. but our skill brings it to a max 2. That's pretty huge, actually. I'm just going to have him always with, if I don't declare him, if I don't declare any companion, I'm declaring him. Okay, Inhale helped us. And we did another healing action. So we need to make sure to check off our quest about healing. That is causes and cures. So we've done 2. What is our goal? 5. 2 of 5. Okay, seems like a lot of effort to do that, but I guess you're doing it just to be nice anyway. Okay, so we've helped that man. 521. On the outskirts of an ashen dirt road, where embers are dying, several individuals are pouring a blackish liquid at the base of the brambles. So we've found people that are burning up the brambles. Whoa, look at this. They're burning a path through these brambles. Guess we could give them a hand. Wow, we've definitely never seen this before. Well, yeah, this is off our map. Yeah, we've come this far. All right, Jeremy, no hints, please. I mean, I think we should keep going. At least to talk to these people. And to explore this map. All right, I'm going. There's one card. Okay, we need to recover. Well, I'm not there yet. Stay on the singing path. 7 health. That brings us to 48. The way the 7th Citadel works is expansions shuffle in new cards, but nothing stops you from going to those places, even if you're not playing those threats. There won't be mission-specific cards there. Okay, the recover is when we choose to activate the crown if we want. Yes, I'm going to shuffle these over. I've paid for them. I've done a recovery. So we can choose now if we want to trigger the crazy crown. Where is our crazy crown? Wow, we got so many cards. We've got so many cards. We've got our spool. We've got our scepter, our war pick, our bombs, our mirrors, our shards, our foods, our cured meat. Did I throw it away? Where did it go? We don't have to use it now. We get it forever. It's locked in. We can never get rid of it. I've put it somewhere. I don't know where though, but it's time for a break. Why don't we take a break? We'll come back. We'll decide whether we're going to use that crazy card. We're back. YouTube says 11 concurrent viewers. If anyone's in the channel awake, I'd love to hear what you are all drinking and if you've played this game before, etc. Okay, so Jonathan wants to use this necklace. We must decide now, immediately after having performed a recovery. Here is our card. So what I don't want to do is I don't want to put this on while we're doing these tests that we've never done. However, what I would be willing to do is so we could either save this for later, or we could put it on now and then explore, walk, explore, until we get a feel for this. I just don't want to do these actions before that we might be important to us before we learn about this. But if you're curious about this, I'm willing to use this and use it to walk, explore, and so on. Because these actions are not critical. So do you want to do that? Do you want to use it now and use it to do this explore action, this walk action? Maybe even this walk action and explore, etc. This is a pretty scary looking thing. Jonathan says, yes, let's do it. Okay, so immediately after performing a recovery, we're doing this effect. We're taking all the 451 cards. This is totally new to us. We don't know how many there are. We don't know what this is all about. Okay, so there's 451 cards. They all say the same thing. Let's see what they say. Your senses are sharper than ever, making time seem to pass in slow motion. Your understanding of your surroundings is complete. If only you could make the effects of the crown last longer. So it seems like this is going to, the way, what it says to do is you lay these out. Now, whenever we perform an action, when we draw cards, we must draw from this. So if we decided to draw 4 cards, we would draw all 4 of these. If we draw 1, we just look at 1. But when we draw the final one, it's an auto fail. So you got to make sure you're not doing an important test. Presumably, it's possible these are all the same and they're all like full of successes. It's possible that they give us bonuses. I don't know, but here we go. Here we are. Now we're going to choose an action. And we think this is probably going to help us auto fail. So let's do this action because maybe we'll encounter something that's hard to pass. All right, so this is a free action. So we don't have to pay for this, but let's turn this over. Okay, you hear a muffled noise. During the draw step, you may not draw more than 3 cards unless you are focused, which we are. You head toward the sounds and spot a shape squirming on the ground. Wow, that's interesting. Okay, now. This is a weird situation because you have to decide how many cards to draw. So the question is, how many cards do we need to get 2 successes? We're going to have to draw from here. Now, the good thing is this. We have enough cards in hand to actually succeed, to get 2 successes without drawing any successes from our hand, from our result stack. So this is actually the best situation. So I guess what we're going to do is we're going to declare we're going to draw 1 card. If it's a success, we'll use it. If not, we'll use these. We are bringing a companion who's going to help us do this. And it's a listen test. Is anyone good at listening? No. But we can't bring 2 companions. Okay, we're going to bring this guy. Actually, we don't really need this guy. This might be, the stranger might be better for us to bring. He can turn into things. All right, so here we go. Corsican says, as soon as you draw it, you don't even resolve it, right? We must draw all the cards we want and then reveal them. You don't draw one at a time. So we have to declare what cards we're drawing. So I think if I said we're going to draw 2 cards, these would be the 2. So we're going to declare we're going to draw 1 card because we want to see how this works. And if it's got 2 successes, we're done. If it doesn't have successes, we can use our hand to get successes. All right, let's see if we can get everything on screen. All right, so I'm drawing 1 card. It must be from this. That's the rule of these cards. When you perform an action during the draw step, you must draw from among this stack as a priority. So if we said 2 cards, we'd have to take 2 of these. 3 cards, but we're only going to take 1. So here's our first and only drawn card. Look at that. That's insane. Holy cow, look at that. Oh my God. So it's very possible these all are identical with 6 stars. That's so crazy. Okay. So we've succeeded. The thing is, you can't control when you use these. And we don't know if they're all going to say this, right? We don't know if they're all going to say this. Some of them may be lessers. But we need to time it so that when we draw this last one, it's an auto fail. So we need that not to be important. So that's so cool. All right, so we've succeeded at this. Take a 320 card and banish this. That was so crazy. Okay, a 320. Okay, here's our 320. All right, so if you want to go on your way and you have a Robern card, banish it and banish this. But we don't have a Robern card. What's going on? All right, so we're hearing a sound. I guess we're hearing a person. Okay. Now we're forced to take this action. We don't have Robber, and that sounds like another companion. You rush to the man on the ground, convulsing. He bucks and grunts as froth builds from between his clenched teeth. If you'd rather go on your way, you can banish it and banish this, but we don't. So we're going to do this test. We're going to get a new companion. Now, 3 stars. We must draw 2 cards. We don't want to have to draw 2 cards. Is there a way for us to draw less cards? It doesn't look like it. We've got the woman who's good at healing, but she doesn't let us draw less cards. And we don't have a card in hand to let us draw less cards. That's really a shame. Hold on. What about this? You're in shape. We can activate this to draw 4 less cards. So if we wanted to, we could spend this card to draw no cards or 1 card. That would let us save these a little bit longer. This is interesting. This is an interesting situation because think about it for a second. You can see many actions force you to draw cards. So let's say we want to save these, right? So we use this card so that we only have to draw 1. And that's got 6 successes. Then that gives us the possibility of an action that only needs 1 card that we also auto succeed in. But if we hit an action that requires us to draw 2 cards, that's going to auto fail it. So the question is, do we want to... The next action we're going to take is going to be a walk, though. So I think actually the thing to do is to not spend this to force draw 2 cards, which will succeed, and then we'll walk and fail. Yeah, okay. So we're going to draw 2 cards minimum. That's our requirement. We don't even know we don't know that these are both going to be 6s, but let's see. Aha, look at that. So now we're learning. This was a good thing to learn how this works. So we got a 6, a 3, and a 5. So it looks like they're probably like 3, 4, 5, 6 is my guess. My guess is this is going to be a 4. That's going to be our auto fail. Okay. So we've got 8 stars. So we succeeded. These get returned. This is left. We've succeeded, which triggers another cure action. 3 of our 5 that we're trying to get. We get from this a reward of a glimmer. And we get a 64, which is presumably another companion. Sure would be nice if it's a mage. We have so many companions, it's ridiculous. All right, let's see who this is and return this. 320. My name is Robert. I was on my way to work at the Deep Sea Mine. A few days ago, I ran away from an area infested with burrowers, but I tripped. Hit my head hard on a rock. I thought I was not going to make it. You've seen me have seizures, which I've had regularly ever since. I have little hope of becoming a miner now, but perhaps you would agree to let me join you. You consent to his proposal, hoping he will not become a burden. Oh boy. So he's a companion, an artisan. He's good at walking, running, digging, but when you do a recovery, you take a 320, which is the card where you might lose him. Okay, well, it's going to be a while since we have to do a recovery, so we're going to have him for a while. Okay. We have so many companions in our group, but I guess he's going to go away or die or something. Okay, next action we're going to take is, oh, well, this 385 has to come out first. Okay, so we've been here before. This is where there's a weird group. The trees growing in a circle at the river's edge meet at the top to form a structure resembling a giant cage. Yeah, this is our cage where people are. So we've been traveling a long time, 4 hours to get here to complete one of our side missions. Okay, I still have this. Okay, so now we're going to auto fail something. So we're going to choose to walk. We must draw from this. Where's our card? What did I do with it? Okay, so we're going to walk. We're going to draw 1 card to walk from here. I think we're going to go this way because we may be able to continue up this way towards our mission. So let's finish exploring. So we're going to walk this way. It doesn't matter. So we draw 1 card. It must be from this thing. When we draw the last one, skip to the consequences. The action has failed. So we were right. It's a 4. So 3, 4, 5, 6 are the cards. This gets returned, and it's a fail. So we didn't succeed in walking. Okay, so that could not have been timed better. And now we know we could get into that if we need if we can time it right. But boy, the timing is hard to get right. Well, you could do a recovery whenever you want, actually. You don't have to wait till you're out of cards to recover. So actually, you could trigger this whenever you want. It's odd. It feels a little bit like cheating to do a recovery before you need to. people have talked about on the 7th Citadel forums about how it feels like a little bit of a hack to recover when you want, but you could use that to guarantee some successes. Let's think about that. All right, now we're going to walk again. We're going to walk down here for one card, which we get to keep. I do want this card. These are all good. These are all good, but this is better. Let me put this card back into the deck because it's got a star on it. All right, well, here we are. There's a 5 here now. And here we are on this path. We're going to talk to these people now. 527. We're in totally new territory. These are the people that are burning their way through these brambles. Let's find out what they're doing. One of the men, it really doesn't like it when I block that green thing. One of the men sets the black liquid on fire with his torch while one of his companions calls out to you, "Don't worry, we're not arsonists, but we have to go through this so the residents of Bramblewood can venture north." No sooner does he finish his sentence than a third man cries out, "Black sap! The wind is turning." Uh-oh. Indeed, small flames all of a sudden triple in size and begin to surround 2 of the individuals. Will you run away or try to rescue them? Well, we're going to rescue them. We could try to flee, or we could try to help them. We don't have a weakness, so we don't have to do a 3 and a 5. We've got a 3 and a 4, and it's a dodge. And nothing happens if we succeed. We just get a 99 and a crown. Otherwise, look what happens if you fail. Your fabric gets burned up. This is terrible. We don't want to do this. Oh, we can get another 527. This story doesn't end here. If we save these people, we'll be able to do 527 again. All right, so let's succeed at this. It's a dodge action. None of our people are good, but where's our stranger again? I'm bringing this guy back, the traveler, because he's generically useful. And we do have stuff that helps us dodge. Like, where's our rocks and stuff? Jagged rock. That's not good at dodging. But the Mage's Knight is, but it just blocks wounds. So that's not actually useful to us. Spear, long stick. No, nothing is useful for this. Okay, but we have plenty of other ways to get successes. Stars, we can use flags to get successes. 1, no, that's only for fighting. But we could use 1, 2, 3. We can get 3 stars if we need to, and we only need to get 4. So I'm going to take 3 cards, and we'll see how many we need to use. So immediately after this is revealed, this is such a weird, I really hate these reflex cards, but I guess we got to do them in this order. And then immediately after this is revealed, we can't, sorry, you can't see that. Immediately after this is revealed, we could draw another one if we wanted to. But we already have 4 successes. We didn't get any symbols, so we don't need to draw another card. We've got our 4 successes on 3 cards. Now, we're not allowed to keep any of these cards, so that's that. Okay, so we succeeded. We led the 2 men to safety. We get 1 influence, And we get a 99. All right, let's get our influence, which brings us up to 17. We'll get our 99, which is another Hope Reborn. We'll take it. And we banish this card. Now, we can do that again to talk to these people. 527. And 527 is a gold card. Boy, it's been a long time since we had a gold card. You catch a hint of the conversation between two of the men. Getting sick of it. As soon as we finish clearing the way, it grows back again. Watching you approach, one of the two individuals addresses you. Say, I got a nasty burn on my wrist, and Balthor here, he got badly scratched on one of those damn brambles we're burning. You wouldn't happen to have anything to ease the pain, would you? Well, yes, we're pretty good at healing people, so we're going to help you out here. 2 and 3, we try our luck, and they'll speak to us. Speak well of you to the people. 49. If we're jinxed, take a 49. So actually, nothing really happens here. We don't have to do this, but we do want to do this to get our cure thing. All right, 3 successes, 2 cards. We can automatically generate 1, 2, 3. So we could do these all without drawing any cards. We might as well draw 2 cards. Might as well draw 3 cards. Try to do it without spending anything. Actually, it's kind of, I'm going to try to be a little more careful about spending cards. I'm just going to draw 2 cards. Okay, so there's my 2 cards. That's 3 successes, sorry. 3 successes just on 2 cards, so that's a success. Now we have to try our luck, though, but we have lots of glimmers to spend if we don't get it. Okay. But if we're jinxed, we just get a 49 and don't get the influence. All right, let's see what happens. Lady Luck is on your side. We keep getting this card. We keep getting lucky today. All right, so we got lucky, which gives us a glimmer of hope. It's the 5th glimmer of hope. And we get an extra influence. I feel like we're having pretty good luck today. So we're up to 18 influence. Now they're going to speak well of us. Look what he says if you fail. Ouch! Forget it. You don't know what you're doing. Okay, and we just healed someone. So that's our 4th cure. 1 more cure and we'll get some reward. 4 cures out of 5. Okay, then this gets discarded. And we've helped these people all we can. Now, we've got a Hope Reborn and 5 glimmers. So we're going to trade these glimmers in for a Hope Reborn. The only question is, what should we do about... You think I forgot to give us an influence? Not like we really need it. All right, I'll give us an extra influence if you're sure that I forgot to give us one. 19, doesn't matter. We're going to max out then. All right, now here's the question I have for you. We have 48 health. We have a lot of health and a lot of food. I don't think there's any danger of us running out of health anytime soon. On the other hand, if we wanted to, we've been playing for 4.5 hours. If we wanted to do a multi-part session on this scenario and do like 2, 5, 6 hour sessions and really go exploring and try to find the blue giants, maybe even do a 3-part session, then we could, rather than save this for upgrade, just cash this in for health and just have enough health to be out here indefinitely. Or we could save it for upgrades. But if we're going to use it for health, we need to use it now. Boy, Jonathan says, let's stretch this out. Okay, we're going to use this for health. So we're cashing this in for another 10 health. We're now at 58. We're just like, have so much health. All right, then we trade these glimmers in for another Hope Reborn, which we can save. All right, well, we can last forever now with this, with all the health and food we have. All right, let's look down here and see if we can match up our map. This looks a little familiar. A shapeless mass of rotting vegetation, mold, and rotting meat crawls around, making sickening, sucking noises. All right, that's pretty terrifying. It's unsettling. I don't remember what unsettling is. Unsettling says, the active player may not apply the effects of more than X hand cards. So we can only use one card from our hand while we're battling this. All right, so if we take 4 is going to be scared or something. Five damage. All right, and we don't want that 4 card, so we should try to strike it and kill this right away. So I know we are well equipped for doing maximal damage here. So I think it's not a forced fight, but we're ready to fight. Okay, so I think we're going to use our scepter with one of our arcane energies to do 6 damage. We might even use this again right away. We still have to draw 3 cards. Oh, but this lets us draw 2 less cards. So we're just going to draw 1 card and kill this thing. I wonder if we shouldn't actually start to use some of our bombs instead. Like maybe we should kill it with this bomb instead. Because rather than get injured, yes, let's do that. So let's use this bomb on this guy. So that's going to do 4 damage. And then if we need to, we'll use this to make it 5. But we do have to draw 3 cards because we can't, unless we have someone who will fight with us. Yes, we do. Okay. So he lets us draw 2 less cards. So we only have to draw 1 card. I'm going to draw 1 card. If it's a star, then we're done. If it's not a star, I'll use the 1 card from my hand, which I'm allowed to use, to get us 5 stars. Okay, so it is a fail. It's not a star. But I could use this 1 card to generate. Hold on. This. Oh, we didn't have a weapon, so we're not allowed to use this. Okay, I'm going to use this for our for our 1 success. Our 1 hand we're allowed to use with unsettling plus 4 is 5. So that. The incendiary bomb gets discarded These get discarded, but we get to keep the one card we revealed in our hand. Okay, that gets discarded, and now we've gone down to the next row. Okay, now we'd like some armor. Otherwise, we're going to take 3 wounds. We've got our chainmail or our tunic, but our tunic needs something different. We can still only use 1 card from our hand, except if we use Ruthless Attack. So 4 damage, huh? So if we use the War Pick and Unleashed. Oh, Unleashed takes care of unsettling. So this would do 3 damage. Then we just need 1 more. We draw 2 cards. We'll surely get it. We're hoping for an extra symbol to block those wounds. If we have to, we'll use that. Okay. So there's our 2 cards. It's 2 successes. Plus 3, 4, 5. 5 successes, so we've killed it. And we can block all the wounds with this. So Unleashed finishes. Everything succeeded. We block all the wounds. And that's it. We've actually just succeeded. We don't need to get to that last round. No numbers on this card that we should have used. Jonathan says, I wonder why Jeremy didn't want us to, if Jeremy didn't want us to, because he hadn't played the 3rd threat and hadn't visited this area yet. But then how would he know this is from the final quest? I think the way I read what he was saying is that this is where you have to go on the final throne quest, and so there's no reason for us to go there now, which may very well be true. But we do like mapping, so we're going to map this out, but we'll turn around soon enough. Okay, so 544 just got revealed. A wall of thick brambles encircles the town. You wonder if it protects it or threatens to overwhelm it. Whoa. We found a castle. These are the people that need the pathway cleared to the north. Pretty exciting to find a new outpost. All right, well, we're in for a penny, in for a pound. I'm going to walk down there, draw a card. Do we want to keep it? Probably not. All right, let's talk to these people. 558. Using buckets, several people extract a blackish liquid from a pond, which they pour into barrels. The barrels are then loaded onto a cart, reinforced with metal plates, pulled by a powerful domesticated Aberrock. Holy cow, it's a city. The driver of the carriage hails you. Welcome to Bramblewood. The city is not what it used to be. You'll have seen the whole of it before long. I have to go to Kell soon to deliver the cattle. You can accompany me for a fee, of course. So he's saying it's a small city. We can enter this city. and go into the city. Or if we give 3 barters, then we spend 10 cards and go to Kel with this guy. That's crazy. We'd never do that. Oof, this is interesting. So the question is whether this is really not our mission, and we have finished exploring the map. So I don't feel super compelled to go in here. On the other hand, the whole point is we've gotten our health up so high that we can spend multiple sessions now exploring. So the question is whether we should explore this or take Jeremy and advice and wait till a mission sends us in here rather than explore it now. I guess I'm of 2 minds. I mean, we've got enough health that we can just explore for hours, and maybe while we're here we should go into the city. Or we could say that we've mapped out as much of the map as we can and we should get back on our quest. We've got plenty of health to do this. The only question is whether we want to do it as part of our time. The other thing is we'll have to go re-explore when we leave the city out to here, but that's not very far. Or we could go up here, do our side quest, and then decide what to do. Jonathan, what do you think? We can leave this for another day now that we know it's here and we've mapped it out. We could go in there right now, clear the board, or we could go up, do our side quest, and then come back. Are you okay with looking for a northwest passage to where the mission actually is? I'm not sure what you're asking. I mean, definitely we're going to be doing our mission. Yes, I think we're going to try to get into our mission from the north, from here. We're going to try to get into our mission this way rather than coming back this way. Whether we can or not, I don't know. But we have enough health to indefinitely explore out today. We could always come back. If you don't care about losing sight of the way back to the bridge, let's go in. Jonathan's saying, like, once we go in here, we're going to lose this. We'd have to re-explore it back out. All right, let's do this, Jonathan. How about this as a compromise? Let's go up and see if we can find a... I was just thinking, like, well, I guess it doesn't make sense to do more exploring and then come into the city. All right, we're on exploration mode. Corsican says, question is, how far away from the main quest do you want to go? I guess the strategy we've picked is that we're in exploration mode. And somehow we're not in a rush to deal with this huge threat. But, yeah, let's go in here. Sure, this is gonna take more than one session anyway, right? We might as well go into the city, and maybe we'll end it in the city and come out and play part 2 out of the city. All right, let's go in, says Jonathan. We're going in. Jonathan is the boss. We're going into this city. We enter the city. All the cards on the board get returned, and then a 532 comes into play. I mean, it's been a long time since we discovered a new city, so it's kind of exciting. All right. So this goes away. This comes out. But I'm going to, instead of putting all these things away, I'm just going to leave them out. But put them out of the way. Okay, here we are. You now understand why the ancient city of Calmwood has been renamed Bramblewood. The huge brambles that proliferate to the north of the city have also grown within it, isolating several districts from the rest of the city. Look at this cool city. Look at the brambles infiltrating into the city. It's like vines gone crazy. Wow, we've discovered a new city. That's so cool. Okay, here we are in the new city. What a weird looking city. All right. This looks like maybe to leave. So let's look at this building here, 548. The sign in front of the shop says domesticated herbs. In the half-light of the store, you see vials and jars containing strange mixtures arranged on shelves. The dried herbs and plants hanging about are so fragrant they threaten to give you a headache. If you wish and can afford it, I can prepare a potion that could be useful to you, the man announces from his counter. So I can see what you were saying before. It's possible people watching our playthrough will never have seen this area and might consider this spoilers, who've played Drums of Desolation, who thought they were only going to see places they've been. But I guess a lot of what we do has that flavor. Like a lot of the encounters, you're seeing stuff that's a bit spoilery, even if you've played the scenario. All right, let's not worry about it. So here's someone who can make a potion for us. Let's see what it says. After it's revealed, if no 527 is available. Okay, there is no 527 available, so instead we read 529. Okay. That's weird. Let's read 529 then. We're in this magic shop, potion shop. A massive individual with vaguely familiar face calls out to you loudly enough for the other patrons not to miss a word. Hey! I recognize you. You're the one who ran away like a coward while my buddies burned on the path. Oh, this is not right. This is not right. Okay, this is not right. this is because I didn't follow the instructions. Return all the cards on the board and in the past. Yeah, okay. So that burned thing would have only happened if we didn't have a 527 card here. Sorry, all this flashing. So this would have gotten returned and be in the box because of the instructions when we went into the city. I just put it off. So now back to this. There is a 527, so we're back here. Okay, that's a pretty cool idea, though. So we have to return 2 barter cards, or 3 if you have an evil eye, which we don't. But I'm not sure we have 2 barter that we want to give up. But okay, let's see. So he'll give us a potion of vigor. Or here's a balm that can neutralize the toxins of necrotic brambles and cure many diseases. Take a 555. So that's going to be a cure card, 555. Those are pretty rare. And occasionally you run into someone who says if you use a cure, you don't have to actually cure them. But what would we give up for this? So we could give up our mirror, but we still got one good use out of it. We could give up some potions. We could give up our cured meat. I don't know. Is it worth giving up this meat with lots of health and this super potion to get a cure? What do you think? I'm inclined to say no. Jonathan says don't do it until we explore the rest of the city. Maybe someone needs a cure. Okay, so we just leave this out. All right, we're leaving this out, but we're not doing it. That's a good idea. All right, let's explore the rest of the city. I think this is how we leave. Do you want to confirm it before we leave here? I guess so. Let's just make sure that that really is the way out. I'm doing this action here. An imposing gate stained with oil and soot leads to a path of ash and earth surrounded on both sides by thick brambles. This seems to be the only way to the heart of the collapsing lands. Nothing holding you back here. You bid farewell. So if we want to leave, we can leave. Okay, that's fine. So this is the way out when we're ready to leave. All right, so let's explore the rest of the city. A gang of thugs blocks your way. Their leader addresses you. You're not from here. You're not a local. You have to pay to get through. If a 439 is available, discard this. If a 439 is available. Surprised we can't use our influence to avoid fighting these people. All right, there's no 439 there, but is there a 439 here? That should have gone back. No. So that doesn't trigger. All right, we can give them 1 barter or we can fight them. Yeah, I think we did beat these guys up in Cal. But now they're back. All right, well, we should just kill these people because I'm insulted that they're trying to bully us. So we're going to kill these people. I mean, we have a barter item, but we might want it. So these people should know not to mess with us with all our reputation. All right. I think we have to do 5 damage here. I think we should just use our scepter and do 6 damage. This lets us draw 1 less card. 2 less cards, so we only have to draw 1 card. And we can keep it. And what would be nice is if we can block this shield with our chainmail. We need 2 symbols to block it, but it's only 1 wound, which is 3 cards. All right, I'm going to draw 3 cards. I'm going to try to get enough symbol. But if I'm going to draw 3 cards, maybe we don't need to use the scepter. What if we don't use the scepter, but we use the dog? Let's not overcomplicate it. It's only 1 wound. I'm just going to use the scepter to save us a little bit of time. I'm going to draw 1 card. I'm not going to worry about. We'll take the chainmail just in case. Okay, fine. I've drawn 1 card. It's 0 successes and 1 symbol. But this is enough to kill it, but not block the wound. So we took 1 wound down to 57. I could use a card from hand to avoid that wound. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and do that. Instead of losing a wound to 57, I'm just going to go ahead and discard this to power this block. And we get to keep this card. All right, and then we lose our arcane energy, which is fine because hoarding them does us no real good. All right, so we did that. We blocked our wounds, and this goes down 2 spaces because of that vicious wound we did to them. And now 2 cards, 2 successes, 1 thing. So I'm going to block with the chainmail. I'm going to draw 2 cards. We'll see if we can't block with our chainmail. Okay, fine. All right, well, only 1 success. Only 1 success. We need 2 successes, otherwise we're going to get hurt. However, if we were to block this, we should think about that because you could see how you could block. Oh, but then this would trigger. All right, so we need to make this work. So we're going to oh, surely we can make this work. Oh, I think I failed this. Um, so we could use this card to generate another symbol, which would let us use the chainmail to block 2 of the wounds. But then we'd have to see if our chainmail died. Wow, I really didn't think this out fully. Okay, we can still make this work. Oh, we didn't use a weapon. Why did I not use a weapon? What was I thinking? Maybe I'm just getting tired. What was I thinking of not using a weapon? That makes no sense. All right, well, I didn't use a weapon, so we have to live with that. Because maybe I'm... Okay, anyway. I'm going to use support to generate a question mark and combine these 2 symbols to have our chainmail block those 2 wounds that we would have otherwise gotten from failing. And then I'm going to keep this card, which is our reward. The only real deadly part about this, though, is we failed. So I have to roll a die, and if we roll a 1, then we lose this chainmail, which I really don't want to. Okay, so it's a 6. We didn't lose our chainmail, and now we get to do this. We did 1 damage with our 1 success, so now we do this again. That was insanely stupid. All right, I'm going to go ahead. No, we have to draw 2 dice. I'm going to do it again. And we're going to use... We're going to draw 2 cards. There's our successes. Now we're going to take a wound unless we can trigger this guy's ability. But I can't. So I'm just going to... I could use this to draw another card. I'm just going to take the wound, 57. All right. And we get an influence. All right. I apologize for that very inefficient battle. All right. They're killed. They should not have messed with us, even in our tired state. 5:59. It's a little warm in here. I think it's time for air conditioning. Okay, here's the 5:59 card. Tall conical buildings line a cobbled street next to an imposing inn. A small theater stage is ready for the next performance. Look at this cool city. So there's the stage. Surely one of our travelers is a performer. We have an artisan, amnesiac, scholar, companion, artist, scholar. Is performer different, or is artist the people that perform? I do think this city is cool. What's the name of this city? It was like Bramblewood, previously known as something else. All right, we need to take a break. Let's take a break for 8 minutes. We'll come back. Give some thought, Jonathan. What's our plan? Should we finish exploring the city and then break for the evening? That makes sense, doesn't it? All right, let's take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. Who do we have? We have a thief, engineers, arcanist, amnesiac, traveler, actor, nurse, occasionally a zombie, and a war horned. And some dude named Robin, who we don't know what's going to happen to him the next time we do a recovery. We got to remember this guy, when we do a recovery, he triggers. I think he either dies or something. I'll keep him out here because we got to remember to do his action. Okay. Well, we're going to explore this whole city. So while I'm here, I might as well look over here before we move over to this area. Whoa. Alms for the poor. A man dressed in rags looks at you pleadingly as he holds out his hand. If you want to take the following action, one involved character must discard one card that's either a trinket, a barter, or provisions. If you don't want to, discard it. Okay, well, now finally we got someone who will accept provisions, because I don't mind giving someone some of our food. We've got this food. It's only 5 cards. I'm happy to give him provisions. He looks like... I'm a little nervous about how he looks like he might be diseased or something. So maybe we'll just leave the food nearby. Okay, I'm returning the food. And we're going to read 372. Maybe we can cure him. Okay. Take a 13 card to try your luck. If Lady Luck is on your side, the individual launches into a long monologue in which he praises the largeness of your heart and the joy he has in speaking with someone so generous. Take 2 49 cards. If you're jinxed, he looks at our gift with disdain before walking away grumbling. And if we don't have a good deed, read 384. Okay. All right. Let's try our luck. We're jinxed. So, do we care about getting to 49 cards? I don't think it's worth it. We don't have any 49s. So we'd have to spend 2 health. I guess we should spend the 2 health to draw again because we have too much health. So I'm going to spend 2 health to draw again. Now we got double jinxed. I'm going to spend 2 more health to draw again. And now we got Lady Luck. Okay. So our 13s go back. Cost us 4 health for that, which is equivalent to 12 cards. But we got 2 49s for our trouble. Okay, and he didn't walk away. He was very happy. Then it says we should look at a good deed. And if it's not, we read 384. So I don't think we have a good deed, do we? No. So now we're going to trigger it, I guess. Write down a good deed on the side quest and immediately check 1 box. When 4 boxes have been checked, do initiate. I believe we have done this quest before, haven't we, Jonathan? I believe we've succeeded at it. I forgot what we got from it. And check off one box. $384. Okay. One of the four. I think we did this during threat one. I believe we did. And I think we achieved it. I think that's how we got rid of our cursed ring, but I'm not sure. Okay. 567 comes out. In front of a building under reconstruction, a few customers have come out of a shop to the south where the brambles are proliferating. There does not seem to be a living soul. Whoa, look at all those brambles infiltrating the city. They said this was a small city. So I think we've actually explored the extent of the city. That's it. There's no more place to go. There's some shops, but there's no more exploration. Okay, so I think maybe we'll go south. Draw a card to run away. We're not running away from anyone these days. Okay, I guess we're gonna look at these places and then go check out the brambles. Let's start here, 305. The dilapidated building, which a passerby has pointed out as the dispensary, does not look encouraging. You're surprised to be greeted by the scent of dried herbs and clean linen. The place is furnished with a shelf full of pots and 3 beds with immaculate sheets. A healer is busy grinding seeds in a mortar. Okay, we've seen these healers before. Whoa! We can do a good deed here, and we can heal someone, which takes care of another one of our missions. No numbers here. You're about to speak. 2 men carrying an unconscious woman burst in. She fell from a roof where we were doing repairs. The healer seems helpless given the severity of her injuries. All right, we're going to help her. We've got Inail. She's pretty good at this kind of stuff. She'll let us use 1 extra card. That will give us three cards to get 4 successes. Probably that's enough. This lets us draw more. 3 cards to get 4 successes. That's actually a little rough, but if we have flags, no one else is good at this. But the stranger can generate... Oh, we can't take 2 of them. Okay, she can turn 2 flags into a success, but we don't have anything that generates flags. That's the problem with these cards we have. That's the problem with these cards. We need to start using some cards that generate flags. What about... Yeah. All right, well, we just have to use enough cards. This would let us use 4 cards. 3, 4. Okay. I'm going to take 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think this should be enough with 4 cards, 4 successes or flags. Okay. So 4 cards. We're probably not going to have to use this one, though. Let's see. So 3 cards. 3 cards using her gives us 3 successes, and 2 flags give us our 4th success. So that's it. We've succeeded without using anything in hand. Our life's no longer in danger. So we got a 99, which is another Hope Reborn. We now have 2 of them. And we did a good deed, which is our 2nd of 4. And we did our 5th cure. And we get an influence. So we've had good luck in this town. And we've now completed the treatment quest. When 5 boxes are checked, we've finished it. All right, so we just finished we've been curing people for a long time to finish this. It's kind of satisfying. Take a 99. All right. So this is our last Hope Reborn. There's no more left for us to get this mission. Is that right? Have we really eaten up 3 of them? Yes, we have. So there should be one more, actually. Wonder if I filed it wrong. Maybe we ate 4 of them. Yeah, we ate 4 of them already. Okay, so we've gotten our last Hope Reborn, which is going to give us diminishing returns for the rest of this scenario. So I took my 99. This book gets banished, but we also get a 496. What do you think that's going to be? Now that you know the theory and the practice, you should be able to overcome more afflictions. Causes and cures. So we got a new book. And we can now cure if we get ill. We can cure being ill at any time fairly easily. And on any action where we take a cure, we can, if we fail, we can try again. Yeah, but we keep this. This almost rewards you for getting ill. Yeah, I don't think we have to worry about getting ill anymore. Like, let's just let ourselves get ill in the future. Not this scenario, but in the future. And then we just cure ourselves from it and get a 99. Okay, then this card is banished. That was the 305. This has not got a diamond. That should mean that there are more 305s. I don't think there... Oh, there is. Huh. Dilapidated building and another healer. Is that right, or did I throw away the wrong card? No, we did that. Okay, this is a new... There's a new problem. I can tell from your face you've seen better days. Please take a seat. You look very pale. Yes, yes, I insist. It's always more serious than you think. So we can talk to this person. Or we can ask for help. We give a barter. That's not useful for us. But if a 458 is available, read 490. If a 458 is available, what does that mean, I wonder? All right, well, there is a 458. So I guess we're going to talk to this person. I think this is the delivery. I think this is the evil delivery. Well, I don't know if it's evil, but I think this person wants us to deliver something. 490. The healer invites you to follow him to the back of the dispensary into a small room where a body is lying under a sheet. It's a traveler like you. I don't know who he is. I couldn't do anything to treat his wound. He was carrying a parcel he had to give to someone. I was about to throw it away, but as you're traveling in the collapsing lands, I thought you might be able to find the recipient. Take a 458 card. We were right. It is a package. You retrieved the package carried by a man who recently died at the dispensary in town. The package, light and carefully wrapped, is addressed to a certain Vesnia of the Gurgling Coaching Inn. When another card mentions the name Vesnia, take a 452 card and banish this. Or we can open it ourselves. The previous scenario, we got lots of packages. This is the first package we've gotten. Now, I believe we're headed up to this place. I just don't remember if this is the dangerous package that the person wants to assassinate us when we deliver it. But Gurgling Coaching Inn, I believe that's on our map. I believe that's where we're headed. I could be wrong. All right, so we can open it at any time. This might be the dangerous package. I made a note about the dangerous package. Black Horse Passage, discard it. This isn't the Black Horse Passage. So this is not the dangerous one we were worried about. I want to also point out something. Look what I have in my note. The Shard of Carolyn is wanted at a gift shop in Kell, and we actually happen to have it. So let's remember that someone wants this in Kell. All right, so according to my notes, this isn't the dangerous package, but they all might be dangerous for all we know. We have had this before. I just don't remember what happened with it. All right, I'm just putting it in our backpack. It doesn't take up weight. We'll worry about it later. That's 305, which stays out. And we can go to get healed anytime we want while we're here. Cities are good places if you're ill. All right, so now we've got two more places. I guess we're going to go here next, 332. A few steps lead to a small shop. A bell tinkles as you push open the door. Inside, a portly man greets you. Welcome to my modest shop. The shelves are neatly lined with everyday items, including tools, clothes, a few glass jars, and crates of vegetables. What's the chance we're going to get some carrots here? Will you haggle or try to steal something? Okay, so we could rummage around and discuss prices. Or we could try to steal something. And we know if we try to steal something, nothing bad will happen to us as long as we succeed. We need to get better cards in hand. I think maybe I'm going to go right now, before we do anything, use the focused card. To grab authority. We might be performing a play, so I wonder if I shouldn't. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of this ruthless attack. I need to be able to generate successes. So I'm using focus now to grab that card. We can get focus back, but we need an ability to generate successes in an emergency. So that's what I've gone and gotten us. Now, that is the best card we have for that, right? Yes. Okay. So what do you want to do? Do you want to steal this from this guy or talk to him and try to buy a carrot? I think we'd like to talk to him and try to buy a carrot, and then if we have to on our way out, we'll steal something. We've got people who are good at negotiating, I think. That person just doesn't really help us. Here we go. This guy means we have to draw 2 less cards, so we don't have to draw any cards. So we're just going to do that and read 209. Thanks to our friend, makes it cheaper. Let's see if this guy will sell us some carrots so we can raise the dead. As you can see, I only have quality items. Perhaps you have something that interests me. So we take 2 199 cards, or 4 if we have a criminal. We don't have a... is Gagnac a criminal? Yes, he is. Okay. So he's going to let us take 4 199 cards. And we can keep 1 barter. The Warhorn would have also helped us negotiate. Yes, he would have. We could have used him the same way. I guess he convinces people. Okay. Or we can return 3 trinkets to take 149s. Or we could return a shard of Curulin to take 3 149s. Wow, that's interesting. So what should we do? I mean, if we hadn't just read that thing about the innkeeper wanting shard of Curulin, but maybe the shard of Curulin is not going to be any better in Kel than this. Like maybe this guy wants it just as well. Can we dig up another shard? I don't know where we got it. Let's see. Could do this again. We can do this again. So we could take 4 199s and then decide what to do, and then just do this action again since it's free. Let's do that. Let's do the first. In fact, we could do this infinite number of times. Feels like a cheat. We could do this, take 2 199 cards. All right, let's just do this first action. We're not going to do it infinite number of times, but apparently because it's free, we could do it infinite number of times. Okay, we have a criminal, so we get to look at 4 of these cards. All right, let's see what we got. Lock picking tools. Paper, quill, and ink. That's a weird one. A shield with weight too. Hammer, pliers, and awls. Unblock weapon, armor, or shield. That's pretty... Wow, weapon too? That's pretty serious. So weight of 1 lets you unblock a weapon or armor shield. Now we don't actually have many weapons that block. Boy, that would be useful if we did, though. If we wanted to keep this, we'd have to give him 2 barter items, though. I'm not sure we even have 2 barter items to give him. We could give him the cured meat, which was 1, and the acrobat's potion if we wanted to. All right, so if we really wanted one of these, we could give him the acrobat potion and the meat to take one of these. This is so tempting because of what it can unblock, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure these are really worth it. Every time we do a think action, 2 stars. One or two, 30% chance it goes away. No, definitely don't want shield. The only one I would consider is this one. But we don't really need this. In fact, the one thing that's blocked is not a weapon, an armor, or a shield. All right, I say we don't do these. Those are some pretty cool things, though. All right, so then it wants us to leave and come back. We could do this multiple times, but I think that's against the spirit of the game. So the question I have for you now is, should we give him our shard to get 3 149s, which might be a carrot? Does it say to banish the shard? No, just return it. Should we do this, Jonathan? Because we're not going to be going to Kel anytime soon. In fact, we may not even be going to Kel ever again in this scenario. So let's just use this up. Let's give him the shard. We found someone who wants it. Let's give him the shard and get 3 149s. Don't you think? Okay, so we get 3 149s. All right, let's see if we can get a carrot, which would let us get an undead person. A mirror, we don't want. A mirror, we don't want. Eye jam, we don't want. Okay, on the other hand, the mirrors are barterable. So we got this eye gem, which can be combined with the other gem we have. All right, well, we got our 3 items. That's all there is to it. We could go back and try to barter these mirrors, though. I think we maybe we'll do that. Let's decide, though, what if we want to combine these jams. So how does this work again? So you take a card, 205, the value of the other jar of jam. You must return 2 cards, including this one. So you return both of these, and then you take 205 plus the value of this card, or 203 plus the value of this one. So we can go in either direction. They're different cards. I forget, you know what we did last time? We combined them a couple times and then we stopped. So I think this time we should combine forever. But is there any reason to do it now? I guess there is, since we don't know what it is. All right, 205. I'm going to do this now first. 205 plus 149 is 3 54. No. 205 plus 354. Oh, plus the value. I see. There's the value. There's the value. 203, 205. Okay, so it's the same thing. So it's 208. All right, so we return these two and we get this one. You mix the contents of the two jars until you obtain a bitter jam that gives us 6 life points, or we can combine it with more jam. Okay, so these two get returned, these 149s. All right, so we've got the bitter jam, which is a cure and provisions. And I say we talk to this guy again using the dog to convince him to talk to us for free. Now that we have new barter items, we should do this again. One more time, because we have barter items. We could go sell it there, but I think we should see if this guy has stuff we want one more time. Now that we have new stuff to trade, we're coming back to him and saying, let's see your stuff again. We could do this forever, but we're only going to do this one more time. 3, 4. Okay, let's see if we want to buy any of these using two mirrors. Okay, we could buy another spool of thread. Now that would let us unblock our net and still do the blue cape. So that's appealing. This stupid thing we don't care about. This stupid thing we don't care about. And a grappling hook, which is great for climbing. But it's a weight of 2. Ouch. That's too heavy. Sometimes when you need to climb, though. But we already have a rope. Wow, that's a good card, though. But 2 is too heavy for us. So the only question is, should we trade our mirrors for a spool of thread? Surely we should. Unless we'd rather barter with them and not recover the net. This is a pretty good card. Although you could lose it. But I mean, +2 is pretty good. Jonathan, what do you think? Get the thread or keep them? Yeah, let's get the thread. All right, we like this guy's wares. We decided to buy the thread, and he can have 2 mirrors that are fragile anyway and could break. All right, now we have thread, and we might use it to get our net back. In fact, I'm tempted to do that right away, since you never know when you're going to need a net. Okay, we're still in this town. We haven't checked out this area here where the brambles are. Let's do that. Should we get our net first back? We have 2 spools of thread, one of which we're planning on giving to that guy so he can sew something. Where is our other spool of thread? Yeah, so we have 2 spools of thread. So should we use this to get our net back, or do we obviously we're going to use it for this. Otherwise, why did we throw away 2 barters for 1? So I'm just going to go ahead and do this. I have to do this test. I want to draw 1 card. If we need another one, I'll use this to get it. Okay, we don't need another one. So that's that. We've built. We've discarded the spool of thread, and we've got our net back for when we need it. Okay. All is right with the world. 523. Let's see about these brambles. Actually, it said there's parts of the town that are blocked off. So let's see, maybe we can access them. Thick brambles covered with threatening thorns prevent anyone from entering this part of the city. Seeing you contemplating this desolate sight, a passerby calls to you. A gift from Necro-Druid Bibirenek. When the burrowers ravaged the city nearly 20 cycles ago, he deployed his creation to protect us. But since the reversal, the brambles have been growing wildly. Whoa, look at that. Okay, so this might be Final Throne quest, but it's definitely not us. And I don't see any numbers. Okay, so this is not for us today, but we'll take a picture so that we can remember to come back here if we ever need to do this quest. Okay, up. We need to do a recovery, so we're not up yet. Seven health, which brings us down to 46 health. Still a very large amount of health. The Warhound can go back. Erignac can go back. His thief skills help us. Before we leave, I think maybe we should steal something from this merchant, just because, like, we didn't get such a good deal on the thread, and we've got a thief. So before we leave here, we've got a 1-3 test. Where is Garignac? Can he help us with this? No, he can't help stealing. No one is good at stealing? No one is good at stealing. But no one is good at stealing. But we could use this guy. Hold on, we did a recovery. We got to do this guy's thing. And we got to decide if we're going to use our auto success. But it's just for walking, so I don't think it helps us. All right, well, we have a choice. Let's one thing at a time. Let's do his stuff first. 320 card he wants us to do. Okay, let's see what he says. He rushed to the man on the ground, convulsing. He bucks and grunts as froth builds from between his clenched teeth. If you want to go on your way and you have a Robin card, just banish it and banish this. Okay, so he's having these seizures, and each time he does, we have to revive him again. And if we decide to stop saving him, he just dies. This would be good if you need to get those points from saving people, because every recovery you save him. But I think we should just let him die. Because he's not helping us walk, he's just helping us dig a little bit. He does let us generate fists, which are pretty good, but the apprentice people let us generate anything. So we don't need him for his skill here. We just need him to dig. I think we just gotta let him die. I mean, we can use him to get glimmers. It's easy enough for us to succeed, but we got too many people. We have unlocked super healing. Yes, we have. So let's see. If we wanted to heal him using our super healing, all this does is say if we fail a heal, we can try again with Lady Luck. I don't think that helps us. The only question is, she would let us draw 2 cards. Let me just see this. If we fail at this, what happens? Okay, so we could banish this. Or if we try to heal him and we fail, take a 64 card, block the Robin card. I thought he was a 64 card. He is a 64 card. What is there, another one? With him in worse shape? No, there is no other Robin card. Maybe because it's in the past. Kind of weird. Maybe it's for some planned expansion. So he would just be blocked. And we could wake him up again if we wanted to. All right, I'll wait. I'll heal him one more time. Then let's let him die, because I don't know what the point of him is. What is he good at? He's an artisan. Don't we already have an artisans? Yeah, we got artisans already. I'm just gonna let this guy die. We got too many people. We got to be ruthless. He's dead. I'm not even gonna bother. There's no point. All right, now, do we want to use our Necro Druidic necklace? If we used it, what would we do? We'd walk. That uses up one of them. Then we'd walk, and that would use up another one. There's no point doing it now. Okay, I'm just going to walk, which draws a card. Then I'm going to walk, which draws a card. And now we've got 2 things we can do on this card. So we're almost done with this city. I suppose we could have done this, but these aren't really tests, so it doesn't matter. All right, let's look at this building here, 551. No complaining about digging costs later, says Jonathan. You think I should have saved him? He saves us 2 cards for digging. All right, you're right. I'm going to save him. Jonathan convinced me. I'm going to save him. Just going to back up a little bit and save this guy. Okay. Okay. So we just got to get, always I'll try to save him. So we're going to use this woman so we can draw 3 cards to get 3 stars, but really we don't need it because we can draw more. 3 cards for 3 successes. Fine. Okay, there he is. There's our 3 cards. We got our 3 successes. We get a 49. Jonathan guilted me into it. And this guy stays alive. Fine. Fine, fine, fine. Jonathan said no complaining about digging. And I want to reserve the right to complain. All right, 551. Did I draw that card yet? All right, here we go. A coat of arms representing a tree lit by the sun's rays hangs above the front door of the inn. As soon as you cross the threshold, a few customers turn around to stare at you. They do not look like they're used to seeing new faces. A fire crackles in a large fireplace. The walls support a vast ceiling of ironwood beams. At the end of the room, a waxed wooden staircase leads to the bedchambers. So we could listen, or we could rest by giving 2 barter items and getting 7 life points. All right, well, we don't really need to rest for 7 life points. I'd rather keep our barters, so let's just listen. 550. It would be amazing if we got our backstory here. Here we go, 550. Somehow I doubt it. Well, we had a bunch of things we're listening for. Okay, so all it says is for playing this curse, then we read it. But we're not. So we don't get... Oh. Hold on. Otherwise, if you're playing Drums of Desolation, read 468. So look at that. It does have a thing for us. 468. So we didn't come here for no reason. As if those damn brambles weren't enough, now the earth itself keeps playing tricks on us, complains one individual at the next table. Those damn brambles, as you'd say, have probably saved several of our horse houses, which they keep trapped in the old neighborhood from being turned to rubble during the last tremor. The day we find a way to get rid of them once and for all, we may finally thank them for protecting us from other disasters. Huh. And then we get a 150, which is to be focused. Okay. So that's all there is to here. We could rest for 7 life if we had barter items, but we don't really want to spend our barter items. So next is 248, and then I think we're done here. All right, 248. Around the stage, a partially faded poster lists the plays that were performed there. The Wolf, the Goat, and the Cabbage, the Lord of the Springs. The place is open to anyone who wishes to perform there, whether for a theatrical performance or for a musical recital. So we can perform, or we can play music. But if we perform, we just know what we get. We get some influence and 49 cards, which is good. We do have musical instrument, but I think we're more interested in the story. Now, we do have people that are performers, and in particular, we've got one guy who's been waiting to help out. He hasn't really helped us in any way, except he is a performer. So I think we should use Bald to give us +1. So now 2 cards to get 3 successes. And we have the ability to generate 2 more. So we will definitely succeed at this. It would be nice to not have to use both of these cards, though. What about our elegant shoes? Did those help us perform? No. All right, I'm going to draw 3 cards here. And I'm hoping to get enough not to have to spend these 2. Actually, this one will let me draw more if I need it. I'm going to draw 2 cards. Okay, so I've got 2 successes plus 2 random symbols. That's not enough to generate 3 stars. But I'm going to use this to draw 1 or 2 additional cards. But I can only use 2 of them total. So I'm going to draw 2 more. Okay, so now with 2 cards, we can generate the 3 stars. So we've got our success, thanks to Bald performing on stage. So we read 312. And so ended the reign of the infamous Worm Master. As the crowd applauds, an elegantly dressed woman approaches you. Opportunities for entertainment are rare. Take this in thanks. Take 149, that's going to be a barterable item, or 149 if you have an artist. We absolutely have an artist. In fact, the artist was just performing on stage. So we're going to get 2 items here. That's pretty good. If you took 5 or more successes into account, you only took 3 or 4 successes into account. I guess we only took 3 or 4 successes into account. All right, so let's see what 2 items she gives us first. She's given us the juggling balls. We got them back, and another mirror. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not complaining. So we get 1 influence and 1 99, but there are no more 99s. So we're not going to be wasting a lot of 199s. But we did get an influence, which we are going to quickly max out here very soon. All right, that was fun, though. It's always nice to perform on stage. That must have been our thing. And it's always nice when we've got an artist that can show their skills. According to this, we could keep performing. That seems like that should be eroded, right? Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, discard this. Oh, it's hard to find bugs in this game that are deadly. Okay, discard this. So that's it. We've done the performance and we're done here. And Baald finally got his wish to perform. And we could now turn in that mirror and juggling balls to get 7 life, but we don't think it's worth it. There's nothing else to do here. Right, there's no more 551 card to trigger. So I think we walk back for 1 card. And now we're ready to leave this town. A lot of mirrors have survived this earthquake land. It's absolutely true. Okay, so before we leave, we could consider this now that we have items. So we could give back a mirror and the juggling balls if we wanted a cure of 555. I don't think we do. I think we've got, now that we have that health card, I think that even is labeled cure. So I think we actually are walking around with a cure if we needed one. Jonathan, do you feel strongly about wanting this 555 card? Because if you do, we can give them the... All right, well, we don't have a cure. Oh, we do have a cure. We have the jam. The bottle of jam is a cure. All right, so we're not going to deal with this. So it's time to leave. It's time to leave the city. So we were saying, should we go and start exploring more? I'm going to suggest, I would not mind doing some more exploring to that, to our side quest up there. But the problem is that it wants me to return all these cards in the past to re-explore them. So I think, and we're at the hour mark here, I think we should probably stop here, Jonathan, and continue this session on our next session. Jonathan says, okay. All right, so 6 hours in, we have not even headed, I mean, we've headed in the general direction of our quest, of our scenario, but really we've just gone off on our own. And we still have one more little diversion before we get back on track, but we've got plenty of health. So at the start of the next session, we will leave this city and head back up to the mental prison, talk to those people, and then circle back around and try to get to the finale of this whole threat. All right. And Derek is asking what we're playing next. I don't know. My brain is frazzled. But subscribe to the channel. That's how you figure out what we're playing next. Or visit Board Game Geek. There's a Guild for the Co-op for Two channel where we discuss what games we'll play next. Or hop in the Discord and we can talk about it. If there's a game you want to play, let me know, either in the Discord or in the Board Game Geek Guild. And Jonathan, a pleasure as always. This is our first double 12-hour session here, our first 12-hour scenario, it sounds like. I'll see you next time.